Oh, yeah, yeah. I just
Did it come
put you on
through?
the list. I didn't-
All right.
Well, actually, I did have-
You guys want to start with item C1?
Yes, sure, yes. So this is the consent calendar for November the 4th, and the first item C1 is the Turnpike Shopping Center overall sign plan. And it's a large, little bit of a large document. We've been looking at it, and we have a couple of questions. Is the applicant here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Yeah, well, good morning.
Hi, I'm Katie.
Katie, has anything changed since we last saw this project? In terms of any sign change in dimensions or anything?
No, we, Alice, I could say on, I think it's sheet 23, we broke out the different type of lighting for each sign. We specified whether it was a wall sconce for a wall mounted sign, under the canopy gets the LED spotlight, and under eave gets an LED angle strip light.
Yeah, there's a lighting file too, and it's very nicely done, very well, things well detailed. But I had this question. So there are a couple of signs that appear to be legal non-conforming, like bonds and Cody's. Is that what you're showing? Is that because Cody's is a roof sign, and then it's listed as a wall sign? What's the story?
So what's there is going to stay there until they change it. Once they change it, they will need to conform to this sign program with a wall sign.
And it's the same with bonds, that is larger than will be legal non-conforming now. Is that what it is?
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay. I think that was that's what I had. Yeah. And also, there's a lot of stuff about the county ordinance in the beginning of the document. Is that something that the zoning administrator make you add to the package, or is it something that you added to it? And the reason I ask is because it may be confusing that. Yeah.
Right. I think it was added in initially as just as a reference. But it's been in there the whole time, so I don't.
Yeah, but okay, so yeah, I thought it might be confusing just to list the ordinance and then list what you're proposing. You know, like I mean, if it's clear to everybody, the planner in the county is Tatiana here, Tatiana Cruz. Yeah,
I mean, for clarity, it might be that if we can grant approval, but our recommendation would be to add a note on those sheets for reference, so that we know that the rest of the package is what's approved by us.
right. What
Okay.
happens, like, for instance, you can the county may have a 35-foot height limit on the building, but we approve a 25-foot building. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Right.
and you're listing an ordinance that so please indicate that it is a yeah. I think it's a good point.
Just
Yeah.
for reference. Okay.
So okay.
No, I'm sorry, this is Tatiana, the planner. Just to address the board on that comment and to add that it's not required to have those sections in, like the applicant said. They're using it for reference, and it will work with them to see if they want to sort of revise or condense that.
Well, it may, if it's not necessary, maybe you should
Just take it out.
take it out. It may be something that you may want to do with the prospective tenants. They may want to add that, but for us, I think it's confusing.
Okay.
All right. So I would recommend that the sections that refer to the county ordinance be taken out of the approved document. I look at this online because it was long, and it's consistent with what we approved before. So I'm ready to move on with this. Okay. Okay. So we're good, Katie. We'll approve it at the meeting. Okay.
All right.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Okay. The second one is C2. It's a Williams addition, and I see Paul Zink on the flesh right here. So, Paul, yeah, you're on. Yes.
And
Yeah, and this is the, we have, so this is the, for preliminary and final approval, the process was deemed acceptable. Important question, have you changed anything?
I've changed nothing.
The right question.
Well, actually, I changed one thing, and that was the stairs on the site, and that was encouraged by board, the site stairs.
Okay,
This is, if you go to the last or close to the end of this one, we can do landscaping first if you want, and then we can go to the architecture. I broke it into 2 PDFs because it was too large.
well, there were no concerns. So the process was acceptable before.
There were no concerns. The only thing is, please study the way that the stairs integrated with the earth as they were tumbled down the road.
Okay, if you haven't changed anything, then we're good to move.
Yes, we didn't change.
Okay,
Don't get yourself in trouble.
Great, very good. No, that's it. That's it. We're good. We're moving.
So if you don't mind, I'm going to start with the landscaping right here. If you have any questions about it, because this is the first time you've seen
We
it.
didn't have a landscape plan
Oh,
last
okay,
time.
sorry about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, so, here's the landscape plan, definitely fire prone property, lot of succulents, slope stabilization,
Oh, they had a pointer.
you use a pointer if you want.
okay. So,
It's a little.
yeah, there we go. So, this is existing driveway. We're gonna kind of replace it here with some permeable paving. With the Belgrade pavers.
Mhm.
This is a dry stack retaining wall. Here is gonna be Carapia coming into my forum. And then a bunch of succulents. There's a lot of existing succulents on site that are like vintage 70s. We're gonna kind of take them all out and replace them in a way that's more organized and aesthetically pleasing. Put some citrus in along here, mixed in with the succulents. Coming around here, mix in some natives, some sages, and then some leucadendrons. Some Dovania around here. And then create a shade tree here. We haven't, I listed 3 possible species. We haven't come to the final. I'll work with the client on that. And then here is an existing, there's several jacarandas on the property that are already existing, then a mix of succulents under the tree, shade tolerant succulents under the tree that are low growing. Then this is existing coming down. The idea here is kind of a Dudleya garden, a mix of various Dudleyas. It's kind of cool because it will look like a coral reef and it looks out on the Channel Islands. It's also a good fire suppression. This will be, the client really loves, they come from a farming background, so they really wanted to incorporate a lot of edibles in there. So this will be some pomegranates and some pineapple guava, and then this is mostly succulents and natives. She really likes the color purple, wants a lot of birds. So there's a lot of sages. She really loves the native sages. So that's a mix of mostly like succulents and native sages,
Okay.
South African and Australian plants.
Good. Are we good?
Yeah.
We're good to go. Okay.
are you proposing any landscape lighting?
No,
Then, yeah, we're good with that.
Okay, very good. So moving on to item C3, this historic residence.
So
at Black-
we'll make the motion in the.
All right, thank you.
With Blackbird Architects, are they online or here? No.
Yes, Ray Twyver with Blackbirds here.
Great. Okay, well, let's see, the project is well designed and well executed, so we didn't have any comments. I look online, the details are well done. I don't have any issues. I've seen this, I've seen the documents online.
Oh, yeah, let me just take one last pass, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, there's a,
Is there anything that the applicant would like to note that was changed from the last presentation?
No, we presented last week and just needed to come back today. Nothing's changed. Literally nothing.
okay, so okay, so it's ready to go. Then we'll make a motion at the hearing. So you're good to go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So we're moving to C4, the Berlin Boulders Lot 5 alterations. Butch Wells is here or online?
Jason, Jason Nelson's online.
Okay. Okay. So I saw a comment, provide details and elevations for the cabana. Do we
Yes, the cabana has been removed from the plan per the request of the owners. So this is just a review of the landscape. The last comment was to bring back detail for the cabana, but that's been removed from the plan. So just
Okay, very good. And we show the detail, the landscape page. I think it's at the end, right?
Yeah.
And I am here, the landscape architect, if you can hear me.
Yes. You have any questions?
Do you have another sheet that has your WELO calculations or any irrigation information?
I don't have that at this time.
Okay.
But I have revised the landscape plan from the plan that had previously approved with more drought tolerant plants, low water drought tolerant. And so there quite a few plants, higher use water plants have been eliminated. And I redesigned it in a low water drought tolerant palette.
Okay. So it looks like in good shape, it would meet WELO calculations. So when you go to building and safety, they'll require it. But since it looks like the plant choices will meet it, you have a pretty small lawn. We can move it along, but just know that at some point you'll have to add all that information.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay, you're good to go. So we're moving on to item C5, the tarp addition. Natalie Cope Phillips. Is Natalie here?
I'm here.
Great, welcome. So we only have 2 comments. The project is acceptable, show existing and proposed elevations side by side. And I've seen them online. They are shown. You can go to the elevations. I forgot what page was it. It's
In progress.
there you go. Before and after, and keep going. And these are the before and after. It gets extended to the back, and there's one more, and that's that. And I believe there's one more elevation. Yeah, there we go.
Positive comment.
Yeah, so there were positive comments last time. Have you changed anything?
No changes except this, which was required, and the addition of the details.
Let's take a look at the details. Going right there. Yeah. Okay, one more. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Pretty basic. Seems to be fine to go. Yeah. There is no landscape. Okay, so you're good to go.
Thank you.
Positive though, right?
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair, that completes the consent calendar.
Thank you very much.
We're on time. Yes.
Yeah, through the facts.
Okay, so we can just jump in here. It's 9:07. We have a quorum. We will convene the SBAR meeting of November 4th, 2022. Call to order, beginning with public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda for today, please step forward or raise your hand if you're online. Okay, see no one. Move on to the agenda status report.
Nothing to report today, no changes.
Okay. Item 3, the minutes from the last meeting of October 21st.
And I did note something here. It's just note that, Chris and Rob were absent. So they have to abstain on this.
Right. Is that? I thought I was here for the last meeting. Oh, this is for the one before?
Okay, so.
This is the 21st though, right?
Yeah, but it was the minute. It
Oh,
was
the
talking about
minutes.
the minutes from the 7th.
Got it. Okay. All right, so.
Let me know if you need me to take it.
So,
Yeah, I think that looks good, right?
well, there was, we were saying architectural style and site layout is well executed. We also, there was a chance that the house could move, right? Is this the one that would move towards the ocean? And I think we supported that move. So I think we should revise B to include that language. Architectural style and site layout is well executed. Study opportunity. And I guess after the first sentence, we could say the board supports the potential movement of the, or relocation of the structure closer to where the existing residence is, or closer to the bluff, pending the biological review,
Yeah.
geological review.
Good point.
Yeah, he had asked this.
Yeah.
Did you get that, Alex? Is Alex with us?
I am here and I got it.
Thank you. All right, number 2.
I think on B, we could, it could be, we may want to remove the word generally because it seems to be ambivalent. I think that we were supportive of the modification. Right?
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
good point.
Yeah.
Anything for free?
Well,
Okay. Yep. So 5. So
It says on B, reduce height of windows over entry elements 6 inches from the bottom up. I don't say 6 inches up from the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not real.
it's better English.
He's earning $50.
so I think we should say on A, board supports the revised proposal presented at the meeting, because it was not the one on the submitted earlier, right? Remember?
Yeah, they right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. So board support the revised proposal presented at the meeting.
And then does the second sentence still stand? Provide more clear plans to depict current proposal?
Not really.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you could,
move the second sentence.
yeah, remove that second sentence, yeah. Okay.
I thought it was maybe that they didn't have like the full simulations and package that reflected their current design. Wasn't that it?
Right, yeah, the plans that were submitted were not the plans they meant to present, and they presented during the meeting. So we are supporting the proposal presented during the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, 7. Okay.
So this is the one where, this is the one, the 7 is the one with the, there was an ADU on the second floor that we're not reviewing.
Right.
So the post was to eliminate roof overhang, or the post was to
there was a
support
post
the
in
unit
the-
above.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was supporting the roof. So it's coming down 2
All the way.
stories.
Okay, we study we study roof overhang of 8. Okay, just leave it alone.
I think just leave it, yeah.
Or just say restudy roof to eliminate post.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I think
all
you
right.
eliminate
Hopefully that's
overhang.
enough to inspire a
Yeah,
different
I think
solution.
she understood, yeah.
Yeah.
Then should we on B say consider options to reduce side loading on the ADU portion? Or just leave it?
I think we have to be generic because it's an EU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're saying consider, so
Yeah.
let's just leave it as is.
Yeah, okay, yeah, this is not nice with me. Okay. So the rest of the
So we had
comments,
no comments on 8.
That was the no-show,
no, so, yeah.
Oh, right.
so they're gonna be on stage.
Okay, I think there's nothing else, so I make a motion to approve the revised minutes.
I'll second it.
Great, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I have to recuse from numbers, so.
Right.
No.
Oh.
All right, so moving on, item 4, SBAR members informational briefings. Anyone?
So we have to recuse.
No. I will say that item number 2, 1066 Mission Canyon Road, that I would have lived at 1076 Mission Canyon Road for the last 7 years, but I moved a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know the applicant, and so I don't think there's a need for recusal. Unless somebody else does. Okay, item number 5, staff update.
Nothing for me. Alex, do you have anything?
I don't have anything.
All right, moving right along. Item 6, consent agenda. Mr. Peugeot.
Mr. Chair, we had 5 items and they were all acceptable. They were, yeah, they were perfectly approvable. So I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Alex, you need to ask that the county ordinance material provided.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're correct. On C1 and on the package on the Turnpike Shopping Center of the old sign, there was a whole section about the county sign ordinance that was incorporated into the package. And we asked the applicant to remove it because it would be confusing. It's not what we approve. Those are sign regulations, and so they asked them to remove them.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't think we made any other comment on any of the items.
No.
Okay.
Okay, we'll second again and we'll just. go
Yeah, I'll
through.
second.
Great, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries again.
Sure, I'm gonna be.
Can I just clarify who is missing today? Anyone?
Val. And Josh, you said you're recusing from item 10?
Yes.
Oh, that's convenient, the last one. I have a
Yeah.
conflict of interest. I have a lot of interest in cannabis. Okay, standard agenda for today, beginning with item number 1, the Kreiner addition. Request of Dale Pekarik, agent for Stephen Kreiner, for further conceptual review and preliminary approval of a 161 square foot addition to the entry and dining room. Located at 1269 Camino Moreno, last heard September 9th of this year. Do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Dale Pekarik, I'm here. I cannot start the video because it says the host has stopped it. So
Okay, that wasn't very nice. David.
that's okay. My hair, I need a haircut.
Dale, we have 4 comments from last time, which I will read through and then I'll hand it over to you.
Okay.
A, not a good architectural solution to the house. B, the addition is awkward and does not match the architectural style of the house. C, consider a simple gable end or hip roof to bring it in scale with the rest of the house. D, the proposed design is not sufficient to support a setback modification, as it is not in the interest of good design. Board members could support encroachment into the front yard setback with the appropriate design.
Sound nice.
That doesn't sound good. But
Okay, after being beat up by that, we went back to the board and redesigned, and we came back with a more palatable entryway and roof design for the entryway, and a little bit of the front dining room extension addition. We're still staying the same distance into the front yard setback. What we did was we added, on my plans, you will see an extension of the entryway, a covered entry porch to help balance the entry. We're asking for another, I believe, 2.5 feet on the front of the house.
2.5 feet more than the
More, the building itself, where the actual addition is, the entry and dining room stays the same. We're just adding a covered front porch.
I see.
It's just instead of just an overhang,
Okay.
which I believe it really helps the elevation.
Can we go to the elevation?
And you'll see that on sheet A3 is the elevation, and A2 would be the floor plan.
Yeah. Mhm,
Yes, the east elevation there.
mhm.
We went to a siding, horizontal siding, a lap siding. And you'll see on the photos that the garage door has the 4 windows, as we're trying to replicate that for the entry doors to the main house. The window to the dining room stays the same. Actually got a little bit smaller and didn't go quite as deep, and now balances out with the rest of the bedrooms to the right. And we followed and maintained hip roofs, as the rest of the house has hip roofs throughout. We lowered the pitch, lowered the addition and everything else to be more in keeping with the rest of the house.
All right, and that's 8 by 8 on the post.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good, thank you. Anything else? Nope. Okay, questions from the board? Anyone?
I should have a question. Don't you need a beam tying the posts together? I don't see it in the drawing. Maybe it's hidden by the roof, but usually you have like one across and maybe one on each side.
I didn't drop the beam in there. No, the beam is actually up there in the distance. I haven't really worked out the beam. It would probably drop a couple of inches into that view right there.
Okay, I think it would look better like that, but yeah, no other questions.
Okay, anyone else? Questions? Okay, public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand or step forward. Okay, seeing no one, back to the board for comments.
Well, I have a comment. I need to elaborate on what Alex was saying. I think maybe, the front porch looks kind of anemic. Maybe you could add some knee braces there or drop that beam down further.
That can be done easily.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like it needs, it just sort of looks weak, frankly.
Okay, anyone else comments?
I think it's a big improvement over what we've seen before. I think the applicant is happy that it got beat up in the past of a few meetings, because it has come up with a much better design that really is perfectly supportable. I think it's ready to go, maybe with the details of the coach to come back on consent or something like that.
Okay, someone want to make a motion? Here for concept and prelim.
Does it need a prelim?
Yeah, just remember, this is a mod, so in your motion, talk about the mod finding.
So can we make the approval, the preliminary approval with the motion now, or do we need to wait for the action of the zoning administrator?
Preliminary now and then final after the ZA.
Okay, I move for a preliminary approval of the proposed project with the finding that the encroachment improves the design of the existing conditions, and for the applicant to come back on consent to work out the details of the beam details of the little front porch.
Okay,
I'll second it.
second by Kaylee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the next one, can I just ask if anyone's here to speak on any of the items? If you wouldn't mind filling out a speaker slip at the back of the room and just walking it up to me at your convenience, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 2, the Ridgel deck, request of David Watkins, agent for Andrea and Nathan Ridgel, for conceptual review of a new detached cantilever deck of approximately 756 square feet and patio, and the replacement of several windows at living room. And this is a 1-acre parcel located at 1066 Mission Canyon Road. We do have a planner memo, so if you could pull that up, David. I don't print those anymore. Actually,
This is a lot of biological stuff.
yeah. Is there a memo?
Might just be fine, but
I'm not seeing it here. There we go. If you can blow that up a little bit. Still comments from the planner. A biological survey report conducted by Padre Associates in November 2021 states that all work activities, including construction and staging of equipment and materials, are proposed within the existing developed footprint and will not result in impacts to native vegetation. And based on the professional recommendation described above, to adjust the current ESH boundary to be accurately set at the margins of contiguous oak woodland, no impacts to ESH are proposed by the project. So I see Mr. Watkins here. If you could give us your presentation whenever you're ready, into 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, fellow board members. There's a few things on the site. If we maybe start with the site plan. Photo pages, that'll be good. Site plan's good. The residence itself is surrounded by an edge boundary pretty much around the entire property. It forms a donut. Thanks. Nice. So there's a green boundary kind of that runs around the entire house itself. That's an edge boundary. And Padre and Associates came out, identified that it wasn't quite as severe as what the county originally thought. And why that's important is the area down here at the south is where this proposed deck's going to go. It's really the only yard area that they have to kind of use, but due to the sloping lot, it makes it pretty tough to actually get this usable. So they have a nice oak tree here, a good yard area that is bounded by the roadway here to the south. That's their driveway, and then that existing residence. It's great views from where they're located. Even they're back in the canyon, they have these really nice views out to the ocean beyond, past the canopies and whatnot. But This area just hasn't been able to be used very well from this point. So we want to get it. Yeah. So the deck, the purpose of the deck is to get some good usable outside space, but also promote access to where they are sitting in their living room. They can actually come out here through their doors, which will ideally be doors. Right now it's just windows, and get good use of this, get more outdoor space. We feel like it's in a good location given the actual like landscaping that's on site right now. It's again, like mentioned, surrounded by trees. If we maybe go to the photo pages, we can show a little bit more detail about what the site's looking like right now. And so this right here is that south face of the living room. These are existing windows that are fixed, probably built on site when the house was originally built. And we're going to replace those, maintain the existing profile of this opening here, and just do sliding bifold doors broken up with a new furred wall basically, so we can maintain the integrity of these existing wall here because it's supported by this foundation, that sandstone. The sandstone doesn't do very much except hold itself up. So we're gonna, the goal is to do a new stem wall off the face of that, do our deck that's partially cantilevered off the corner here, and then provide a new furred wall to actually set a new door and window opening within, so we're not actually having to touch the structural of this wall itself. This is a view from the inside of that same living room looking out. The ocean's back here. There's Mesa. And you can see from this view too, especially, you don't see the neighbors and vice versa. It's kind of nice that the way they're situated, they are pretty secluded and tucked in back in that site. So the impacts in this proposed deck, you wouldn't be able to see really from anyone around. Maybe the next photos too, please. Same area, you can kind of see they have this little area where they can kind of use right now. It hasn't really been defined though. It doesn't get used very often. It's just kind of like a no man's land at this point. But you can see again, there's a creek down below, Mission Canyon beyond, and this is the foliage on the other side of the hill. Can't see any neighbors. It's pretty dense vegetation. None of this is proposed to be removed in any way. This right here is the foreground, is the part of the canopy of the adjacent oak tree. We're not disturbing that. Padre and Associates will be able to look at that too, and won't be any disturbance in the canopy line. This is that same oak tree you can see right here. It's pretty far off from where we're doing it, and our footprint of our canopies, our footprint of our spa is not going to go into the canopy line at all. This is the side view of that same living room. This is the west facing. South is over here. This is the same view. This is the deck would project around this and wrap around this corner and pull back to where these steps are. And then people who are coming outside can go through this, will become a door. The south face will also be a door. They can wrap around the deck, come back to the side yard, and then access the existing hardscape and yard over here. Nothing proposed down here. This is all existing site work. That's all going to remain as is. And we're just running a about 6 feet walk line of deck along the house itself right here, and then keeping all this vegetation. Maybe we can go back to site plan and the set, please. Maybe the floor plan, the next sheet, please. There you go. That'll work. Here's the footprint of the house right here. Here's our uncovered deck that we're proposing off the south, and as it wraps back, these are representing the boulders that we were just seeing right now in that image a few seconds ago, and the existing site stairs are going to remain. This is where the work will be done. This will be cantilevered and supported off this structural element that's also going to serve as a fire pit. And then over here, the corner, there's going to be a spa. And then that's pretty much the scope of what we're focusing right there. Maybe now we can go to the next sheet to show the elevations to see the floor plan. More detailed view. And here's the south facing elevation. Here's the existing, the existing profile of the windows is going to be maintained. We're going to keep some clerestories on top, not widen the opening in any way, and then we're going to have bifold doors. This right here is representing the steel beam that's going to wrap around the perimeter of the uncovered deck. Here's the structural element that's going to serve as shear, but also for fire pit. This is the profile of the spa itself that's going to be dropped in and connected to the deck itself, or set against the deck. No other work proposed. And then this is the side view, that west elevation we're looking at a second ago, but with the deck shown on there. It's going to hug over that rock. We don't think we actually have to bore down into that. So we're going to kind of let it freestand on its own to let it stand off and be an element. And then it's walking back to the existing hardscape. We'll have some sandstone right here that's going to act as a kind of a stem wall for the structural and connect the structure of the deck back into. And that will kind of serve as a transition point from the steel deck over to the existing hardscape with sandstone. The image to the left right there, if you can maybe just cheat over a little bit, please, to drawing 1. This is the rendering of what that'll look like. So here's the cantilever deck. Here's that structural element with the sandstone. The 5 point's going to match the existing type of sandstone that's already on site. This is representing that boulder right there. And then I try to keep this as clean as possible to run it back and look smooth. So when you're standing here, it kind of reads as a nice clean plane. That's the limit of our scope. Nothing much more to that. No other landscaping, anything else like that proposed on site.
Okay, thank you. What is the underside of that deck?
We're still working on it. Structurally, I think it's got to be a pan deck because we're going to do travertine tile to match the other hardscape that's in the backyard right now, the patio. So it'll probably end up being steel and then probably a hard lid underneath it too, honestly.
And do you have existing elevations?
No, we kind of use the elevations that we have as to service both existing and proposed. This is all existing, yeah.
Okay.
Photos.
Questions from the board?
So the cantilever, the whole deck is cantilever, right? It's 6 feet on one side. I mean, not cantilever, but I mean, it's an interesting structural design. It goes 15 feet on one side and 6 on the other. Is that?
Yeah, about 6 on, I think, on the west elevation, if I'm not mistaken, and then about 13 feet, I think, projecting off the south. You're right. This part here, this element will be a pour, so that is kind of, it'll look like a cantilever with this beam ring proud of that structure, but that'll actually be poured in place, slab, and then this will all be cantilevered off this corner mostly, and then back we'll have some supports set back here behind that rock so you don't see it.
The railing, I saw some pictures. You have like a steel railing with a or aluminum. I'm not sure what it is, with a glass. Is that what you're proposing?
That's the intention, to kind of keep it clean. So when they're sitting in their living room, they don't have a bunch of lines that are going to impact their view. So ideally metal and then glass in between, and then metal hand. It's not shown right now. It's shown as glass only, but I think there's gonna be a metal top rail too.
Yeah, I think there's a material board somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's something about.
So the spa is poured in place.
Set in place. It's a spa that you can buy. It's got like a plaster finish to it already, and we're gonna ideally pour that slab with a radius, so then you could set that up against there, so it looks like it's actually set in place. But if they ever need to service it, they can pull it off. That's the travertine.
The glass railing that's facing south, is that gonna have a glare? It's gonna have a shining, it's up on the hill.
It's their property is on the top of that site, but the way the vegetation is so like growing up around it that there's not a lot of direct glare that really happens. I mean, naturally, because of this glass will be something there, but it doesn't, that corner doesn't shine, and like it doesn't serve as like this beacon when it gets hot in the afternoons. There's a lot of shade from it, honestly.
We go back to the site plan real quick.
Just spot.
So this, after reading the letters, it seemed, was there some sort of an easement, or is this their driveway and does anybody else use this?
So this is a private roadway, or Mission Ridge is only allowed to be accessed, Mission Canyon, so allowed to be accessed by the people that live on that roadway. All the people have certain variations of distance they can travel. The people above them can't come down through their driveway and go out on Dante. Our clients can. There's agreements, there's easements that are reported to in the title report that allow that passage to happen all the way down through Dante over the bridge to the street itself.
All right, any other questions? Okay, move to public comment. If there's anyone that would like to speak on this item, please, if you've not already, submit a speaker slip to David, but David, do we have folks for this? Should I have that list so we can call them one by one?
We don't have any speakers for this.
Okay, just a lot of people out there. Okay, so there's no one here that would like to speak on this item? For the other one. Okay, I see no hands, so back to the board for, I believe we had some letters.
Yes, so we have one up on the screen from Fran Holt. And it was from Pulling it on. Then there was something that signals that this call submitted to the planner. She just wanted for the on the record for the SPAR. So further information.
Okay. And we had a chance to review those before
Mhm.
the meeting, so we'll bring it back to the board then for comments. Mr. Verdiak.
Oh, I have. Oh, fine. Nothing, so.
Okay. Mr. Richards.
I think it's a good approach to getting usable space. I think that you're probably gonna want some planting underneath the deck to stabilize, so coming in with a landscape planning plan would be helpful with this. And then it's kind of unclear why there's railing only required on one side of the fire pit. You're probably gonna extend the railing there because I see you have a dimension of 4'9". I think it's a fall hazard. But other than that, I think it's supportable. I like the approach.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Well, I think it's, I like the structural way the project was approached, the idea of eliminating unnecessary, I mean, simplifying the structure and having it clean and kind of modern, and the use of materials, the concrete, and then the stone. And I imagine the underside would be plaster or dark plaster, I guess, that's what I would use. But I'm not 100% sold on the railing. It seems a little bit commercial. It seems like everything else is. I mean, there's a fine line, you know. I understand that there's glass in the structure, and the openings have, you know, the same materials, you know, aluminum and glass. But on the railings, you know, you could use, you know, wire railing, you know, stainless steel. It will go away, it will disappear. So I'm not sure how the rest of the board feels, but I'm a little bit undecided on the railing. I think the rest is a nice, clean, modern solution to the problem, to the concept.
Right, Ms. Grubb.
I agree with Alex's comments. I think it's a really good structural solution, but the railing was throwing me a little bit too.
Great. Mr. Vice Chair Bloomer.
I agree with all the comments except for the glass. I think it's the architect's choice. I think it's fine.
Okay, all right. I guess I think we want to see more detail on the glass because you said that might not be represented on the plan. So if you're doing a top rail, maybe we can see a better detail of it, because glass railing can work, but it can also look commercial, as Alex had pointed out. So I think it's in the details for that one. And as Mr. Richards said, looks like, is there a reason there isn't railing to the, I guess, east side of the fire pit?
Chair, it's still conceptual, so ideally it'd be nice not to have it. We realize we're going to have to do something right there out of safety precautions. So one element kind of toying with is whether there's a raised planter a little bit to pull that height up to maybe within 30 inches. The only issue with that, I'm certain, is it starts to take away from that cantilever look and that kind of simplicity of that center volume with the fire pit, but it would eliminate the need for the railing. So I'm trying to not add a lot of railing to the project to busy it, but also work around that. So we're still kind of figuring out how to do that corner.
Okay, sounds good. And then I agree with Robert that that area is going to get, if there is planting there, it's going to get destroyed. So we'll just want to see what's going to go back in there. And fire safety is concerned, of course. So a little planting plan just for that little zone, I think, would be helpful. Okay. All right, so we're here for conceptual. So how does the board feel about coming back for prelim final full board?
Yes.
Next time? Okay.
Yep.
There you go. Thank you guys.
Appreciate it.
All right, item number B, the Guidi Food Dwelling, request of Michael Santillan, agent and architect for the owner, Eugenio Guidi, for further conceptual and preliminary approval of a new 3760 square foot residence, including a 700 square foot garage on a currently vacant parcel at 1453 Orange Grove Avenue in Santa Barbara. Last heard July 8th of this year. Do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Hold on, I need to promote our.
Okay.
Need to promote some people here.
Robert Adams too, probably. Okay. So Mr. Santillan, when you're ready, just let us know.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I think the architect's trying to get in here too. It's very convoluted. This is Robert Adams, landscape architect. So we're looking for Michael, the architect.
Yeah, he's been promoted. He's just still muted and.
Okay, he's still muted. Got it.
Okay, I'm here now.
Okay, so I have comments from last time. I'll read through those and then we'll hand it over to you for your presentation. What changes have been made, if any?
Okay, yes.
First comment, A, architectural style and landscaping are acceptable. B, project is moving in the right direction, but further study required. C, mass, bulk, and scale still appear excessive. While some adjustments have been made, large, unbroken two-story facades remain problematic. D, project does not integrate well with the sloping site. It appears overly aggressive programming given site context. Project needs a new approach to better fit the site and appear less boxy. E, raising the elevation of the house does not resolve the retaining wall issue. F, transition from stairs to deck at front patio still needs further study. G, garage still needs further study to address proportions and help break up front elevations. And H, restudy front elevation. So whenever you're ready, have 10 minutes to give us a presentation showing what changes have been made.
Okay. Well, the first is that we've continued to reduce the square footage of the house. I've been doing that for the last couple of meetings since it seemed to be, it was definitely over the FAR of, I think, a target of 38. It's now 37.6. We've done that. Regarding the bulkiness, if you look at the front elevation with the garage there, we eliminated the exterior deck on the second floor above the garage, and now it looks like the garage is, or the bedroom is stepped back from the garage. I think you have some 3D renderings also that you'll be able to very clearly see that. Yeah, there. So I think we help that with the bulkiness. And then even on that same picture, the top left, the transition from the front entry deck to the landscape area. We've got a guardrail there, and on the landscaping plan, you can see some bushes there too. But you only step, I think it's like one step down from the deck to the patio, to the yard area. And so I think we resolved that issue there. On the back side of the house, there were issues regarding the retaining walls. At one point, we had retaining walls as high as 8 feet, just a small area of 8-foot retaining walls. But with the reduction in the square footage, we've been able to push the building farther away from the property line, and we're able to work it out with the civil engineer that there's no retaining wall higher than 4 feet now. So hopefully that helps a lot with the retaining wall issue. Let's see. We've added different elements all the way around the building so it doesn't look so boxy. I think we were successful in doing that. Maybe the landscape architect would like to talk about his drawings.
Okay. So basically it's the same planting, it's very similar planting scheme. I've adjusted the screen shrubs on that north side to provide a little bit better screening. We're also mitigating with 5 oaks on this site, and pretty much it's kind of the same. I have a feeling that the stone patio is going to be like a blue stone, a gray stone to go with these tones more. I'm showing it tan right now. See that stone patio in front? That is one adjustment I would like to make right off the bat. And then, yeah, so we're just, again, responding to the reduced footprint and massing of this structure. So pretty much has the same palette, got some natives, got some good screening. Everything's pretty much tough and drought tolerant. So that's it.
Thank you. Is that, just looking behind the house, is that blue crosshatch, is that a plant or is it?
Yeah, that is a plant. That's a ground cover. Can you move over to the plant palette or the plant legend? That would be Berkeley sedge, placed at roughly 2 feet on center triangular spacing.
Okay, so it's not meant to be a walking path?
You know, I'm thinking it would be valuable as a walking path, so maybe that'll turn into something else. I think maybe the Carex divulsa is a little bit too big for that. But yeah, I want that to be negotiable. So we might look at a blue grandma. Let me make that note, or something that it could, you know, like a meadow approach. I don't want to use lawn there. I don't want to use gravel. I'd like to keep as much green as possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. And I mean, Diamondia, Carex praegracilis, or one of those might work.
Diamondia needs too much sun. I'm not sure they're going to get it here. So maybe I'll use a blue flacca, the Juncus.
Okay.
And I'll make that note, but I want that to be somewhat negotiable. And I think Carex divulsa is just a little popping a little bit too high for this.
Yeah. Okay.
I should have thought about it. That's a really good point, Chris.
And anything else you guys want to present to us? Or does that complete your presentation?
Yeah, just we want to do that driveway impermeable pavers. So just to have that note here. And probably, again, I'll change that. I want to change that stone patio to more of a blue stone.
Okay. Do you have a grading and drainage plan, a civil plan?
Yes, I believe we do have those.
There. Okay. Is that it? Yeah. We zoom in on that a little bit. Sort of pan around.
I think there are separate drawings for the grading and drainage besides that drawing.
Okay. And so you mentioned the reduction in square footage. What is the reduction this time around? Or how much square footage was removed?
I think it was just another 200 or 300 square feet, maybe just 200.
Okay.
But since the beginning of the year, I think it's been more than 700 square feet being reduced.
Okay, questions? Other questions from the board? No? Okay. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward or raise your hand. Okay, see no one. So back to the board for comments. Mr. Peugeot.
Well, if we can go to the rendering page, you know, elevations and yeah, maybe a little bit up there. Yeah, okay, that's a good page. Yeah, I think the question has been whether this project is too bulky, right, too boxy. And the thing is, you know, on the left side is 30 feet from the grade, on the right is 26. We have 9 foot plates, you know, obviously the garage is very tall because of the nature of the approach of at the lower level, which is a good approach. But we've been asking the applicant just to figure out a way to be more efficient with the volume, and so I'm still struggling with that. I think some, you know, easier ways to reduce volumes. For instance, just this simple suggestion: the porch on the left, you could keep the gable for the space, but the porch could be a shed, you know, and then that would lower that corner. That would reduce the volume there. On
the left image.
Yeah, well,
and on the right side.
On the right, on the right side, the porch on the right. Yeah, I was thinking of, you know, that it would be a way to, you know, we could, you know, just put a shed roof there and keep more or less with the same deck, but the plate height. Usually when you have this kind of constraints, you try to keep the plates low and then use the vaulted ceilings to inside the space. I was looking at your floor plan and they don't, you know, the ridge does not, the ridges do not coincide with the center of the room. So it's you know, it's much harder to do it that way. But, you know, it comes back to the original request to really think about this, how to reduce the mass. You know, like the volume on the left side has always been, you know, it's a big garage, it's long, and then it's also what, 12 feet high. And then you scroll down a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Can you shrink it a little bit, please, so we can see yeah, like this corner right here. I'm not sure if like it's another example of how a corner like that could be shrink in size. It would shrink the gables. It would have some other. It could be some other flat roof protection or something else. Start breaking down the roofs, just basically shrinking the mass bulk and scale of the house, because it is, even though it's true, you've been incrementally improving the project little by little, but you know, you started with a very, very large project on a not necessarily small lot, but with a lot of slope, with a lot of issues around, so I think it still has some way to go, in my opinion. The landscape is very nice. I think it works well. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Verdiak. Another architectural lesson.
Well, I agree with those comments. But it's come a long way in breaking up the volume and, you know, giving some relief to the former stark walls, and I appreciate that. I think that the area at the garage and windows could be reworked to, you know, they seem awfully plain, and they're very prominent there. You know, perhaps you could restudy or study further the garage area, maybe putting some horizontal siding, you know, across the, you know, below the rake ends there. It still seems stark there. But in general, I think it's come a long way.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Grubb?
First,
Oh,
let's finish the architecture.
sure, if you want to go. Mr. Bloomer?
If you don't mind. Where's the second floor plan? A roof plan with a second floor plan under it, but where's the second floor plan that shows the outline of the deck?
You have a sheet number from the applicant?
That's it, A4.
So that's the second floor plan?
Yes.
Why don't I have that in my drawing? Let's see.
That looks right.
Yeah. All right, so this sliding glass door at the top of this landing and this deck out here, my concern on the project. So I just want to focus on that. I actually don't think this deck right here is contributing to solving any of the problems around kind of awkward elevation that we got going on here. So can we go to the elevations? Actually, you can go to the perspective drawings, the 3D drawings first. So this right here just feels like an added element colliding with this roof structure. It's creating kind of this, it's just kind of poked in here, and it's just contributing to what I think is kind of a problematic elevation already. And based on the floor plan, I don't see any reason why things on this elevation can't get lined up. You go to the elevation drawing. Actually, look at this drawing. Well, if you notice, go back to that whip, please. none of these columns on the second floor line up with the columns on the bottom floor. So it's very oddly loaded. Go to the elevation, please. So that front elevation, zoom in on that if you wouldn't mind, David. So what should happen here is this it's nice to have a big picture window at the top of your landing. So I understand the need for that. That window and the door should be in alignment. And the column line of this volume should carry down to the first floor. And it should happen on both sides. Not necessarily that this sliding glass door at the lower floor be centered on anything like, you know, that I've just discussed, but getting the columns lined up and squaring that off, and then getting this area in alignment as well, and removing this deck will go a long way to getting this house to look appropriate at this front elevation. But this whole elevation here doesn't work at all. If you go to the side elevation, you also see that the columns don't align right there. There's more misalignment. The column coming down here, it's not aligning there. I think either move the deck back or bring the column forward, but there's an architectural opportunity to consolidate all that and get it to be harmonious and quieted and look proper. And it's just not, it's not an appropriate execution of this type of architecture. And I think one of the things that could benefit this is also potentially adding some beamwork underneath these decks just to give it more detailing, and it's not 100% necessary, but it would help potentially just give that deck some support so it doesn't look like a little potato chip sticking out of the side of the building, which, given that it's holding up an entire section of roof and it has a lot of mass above it, it should have a little bit of weight to it. So it just looks sturdy and not like cheap the way it looks now. It's kind of just I heard the word anemic earlier. Going back to the 3D, I looked at the floor plan. Everything that I just talked about could actually be done quite well, and it could probably make this little veranda out front of this volume here much better. So the other thing I'm looking at is here, this little roof add-on here seems a bit arbitrary. I'm not sure why it's at the elevations it's at. It's kind of competing with this volume, and then you got another deck here, where you've actually lined the column up. It looks okay, I guess, but I would restudy the southwest elevation, first floor. There's a eyebrow of a window and kind of a pop out. It just seems like just a little out of place. I see where it's happening again here. So maybe the key to this, just lowering the window, the roof. I would study maybe bringing the roof down here a little bit, maybe. Let's scroll back up a little bit there, Dan. And other than that, like the materials are very nice. The style of the house is great. The window proportions, if you go back to the elevations, seem to be pretty good. You know, I see you're kind of going back and forth between this rectangular shape and this kind of box rectangle hybrid. So that's fine. If you go back to the front elevation, feel like this window here on the second floor master or bedroom, it'd probably be good to get the head heights of that sliding glass door in alignment. I'm kind of surprised that you haven't thought about using like a pair of French doors with side lights, which would be typical for a house like this. The sliding glass is fine, but this whole elevation just is kind of a hodgepodge of window shapes and sizes, and it doesn't look good. I think you should take the windows over the garage as your cue for what you need to do in the master bedroom. And if you're looking to get more of a view and light, maybe you should think of another solution, like combining the doors and windows, but it's kind of a mess. Like this whole elevation here is just like if you look to the left side in the garage, it looks very much the way you'd expect this type of house to look. And over on the right hand side, it's just kind of a train wreck, and it needs work. And I'm being a bit harsh, but I don't want to leave you thinking that we're kind of equivocating on this. At least I'm not. I think you need to correct your architecture.
Right. to the landscape architects, Ms. Grubb.
So I think the plant palette and all that seems acceptable. The area I'm concerned about is actually the same area that Josh is talking about in the entry. I think the entry stair sequence and its connection to the stone patio is still kind of awkward, and it all comes down to one pinch point in this location. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to connect the covered porch to that stone patio so that there's not so much pressure on this one little connection here to serve access from the stair to the stone patio and the front door. And then maybe studying if there's a way to make these stairs integrate better into this front porch as the main entrance to the house. It just feels like those stairs are sitting proud, extending straight out of the vehicular paving and just landing up against the covered porch. They're not integrated at all. So,
Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I think Kaylee captured that pretty well. And then we look at the 3D rendering real quick. And the bottom left one, if we zoom in on that. Yeah, so how you've got that deck that comes off of the lower level, and then there's one step down to your stone terrace there. I would try to put those at the same level so you don't have a trip hazard right there. Having one step like that can be problematic. And then I agree that the entry, the stepway, as Kaylee was describing, just really understated. It doesn't feel like it really fits the house. Maybe if you just zoom up on to the second rendering above it, or the first rendering rather. Yeah, maybe you could build like a real stairway through there with handrails and maybe integrate a little planter into it or something. Right now, those steps that come up to the level that your living room space there is at, just they feel inappropriate, like they're just tagged on. So I would try to look at a new approach on how to have a nice entry into this house. You got parking, you got to accommodate there, but maybe those steps come back a little bit towards the front of the house, or I don't know. I think that needs to be restudied. So.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything to add. I think everything I've thought about was covered. So let's see, we are here for further conceptual and preliminary, and it seems to me that one more go around.
It's not ready for preliminary.
Yeah, it's getting closer for sure, but I think there's still some finessing that needs to take place. But I think in terms of the mass bulk and scale, I think we're definitely getting closer. I think there are a lot of cleaning up things that need to happen in terms of the elevations. So anyone disagree?
Oh, I did want to add that thank you for getting rid of the big retaining walls along the back of the house.
Yeah,
that's a major improvement. to the
help.
previous.
One other thought is I'm not sure if there's a structural system that'll allow for what's happening on the second floor roof deck and columns. I'm not sure how you actually do that. So you need to consult a structural engineer or figure out how to actually properly frame the second floor roof structure over the deck. I mean, the whole thing is a structural calamity, really. Not loaded from top to bottom. I don't even think you can actually create a roof like that far out on two columns like that are unsupported. And
You have a bent beam, a steel bent beam.
maybe still cantilevering out too
Yeah.
far, but that's not even structurally possible.
But I mean, like, I thought that the idea when you design these kind of things, you try to figure out the structure to fit the floor plan. Meaning, like, if you put a roof square on top of a bedroom, for instance, they can have a vaulted ceiling, and then you don't need to have 9-foot walls and all that.
On the vernacular, wood joinery is kind of the whole point of building like this too, when you express the structure and turn it into architecture. So it's completely lacking.
So that's where that was my first comment. I didn't want to appear too academic, but it just seems like a little bit more thinking about the project, how to You talk about the mass bulk and scale. I think it looks a little bit more bulky than it is. The 30 feet on the side, on one side. And that's why I was thinking of reducing or reshaping the roofs just to make them a little bit smaller and more appropriate to the spaces below, underneath. Anyway, but those are my comments.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Tuttle. Do you need clarification on any of those comments?
Well, there was a lot. So I tried to capture it, but I can read what I have to see if you think I caught everything.
I think that, I don't like it. Yeah, I don't think we need to, I mean, I don't know.
I can save it for the next time.
They can always review the video as well, but if there's any specifics that you need clarification on, great. Otherwise, I think we can make the point's made. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Moving on, item number 4, the Tatman new residence A, request of Kevin Moore, agent for Taylor Tatman, for further conceptual review of a new residence of approximately 3,981 square feet with an attached garage and 80 linear feet of retaining walls on a vacant parcel. Looking at 64 cubic yards of cut and 1,033 cubic yards of fill on a 0.2 acre parcel located at 1189 Edgemount Drive in Mission Canyon. Last heard October 7th of this year. And I don't have my glasses. So do we have the applicant here?
I'm here. I work for Kevin. I'm here to request that we might be able to push these 2, 4, and 5 back. Kevin's currently dealing with a C-bar at this exact moment. We were hoping that would finish up for him to be able to jump in at this time, but as it's still going on, we'd like to move this back in the schedule for today, if that's possible.
Well, I mean, in a little bit, we have a lot of people here in the audience.
People here.
What do we have?
Well, but we can.
You're up to bat, dude.
No, but we can do a couple.
We could do item number 6. Come back to these 2.
6 and maybe 7.
Do you have some indication of the?
That we have a lot of people with time schedules that we're just speaking, maybe we could speak.
Yeah, no, we have to follow thank you. But we need to follow the process. Do we have C-bar at the same time?
Can I ask the applicant a question?
Because of this.
I see. Go ahead.
Can you give us an ETA?
Yeah, exactly.
Because we could take a quick recess, but I'm not interested in moving these.
I mean,
is he
I'm not in the C-bar, so I don't know how much longer he's expecting. I mean, if we were to get another half hour, I think we'd be ready to go on that.
It's not going to happen.
All right. Are you prepared to present the project?
I can do my best to present this and what we've done to kind of meet what you guys have requested. I just am fairly unfamiliar with the process, so.
Okay, so
hold on a second.
Can I just request them? Can we do like that 5-10 minute recess just to help?
Why don't we say we do
It's
one
either that
project?
or we just go on item number 6. I don't see a reason we can't. That looks like a
10-15 minutes.
quick and
Is there
easy one.
anybody signed up to talk about 6?
We have the applicant for item 6. I see Ty.
Does anybody, do you have any letters or any, we got public comment on that too, man.
Yeah.
And that's fun.
Summerlin. Okay, I think, I was going to suggest maybe we take a little 5 to 10 minute recess and sorry, what's your name representing the applicant?
My name's Kyle.
Kyle, can you try and get more information about where Kevin is in the process with C-bar and email David? And then we're going to start in 10 minutes. No, either way.
Okay.
So 10:20, you'll start your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
I just text
I'm gonna have to bring one of these over there, right? Okay, so we're gonna reconvene the SBAR meeting, starting with item number 4, the Tatman residence. A, request of Kevin Moore, agent for Taylor Tatman. For further conceptual review, did I have to read all this? I did. Okay, so this is 1189 Edgemount Drive.
Sorry about
And do we have the applicant here with us? Please let us know.
Kyle Dennis speaking.
Great, hi Kyle. So you have a few more minutes because I'm going to read the comments from the last time, and then I'll hand it over to you for presentation.
You should let me talk to them.
Yeah, we did talk to the CBAR people, and it sounds like Kevin is close to completing his CBAR presentation. So we'll see, you know, how you guys want to work that out. But comments from last time: A, show adjacent development on project plans. B, show both projects in 3D renderings. C, show profile of project from below to show site context. D, provide rendered elevations, provide context rendering from public vantage point. E, differentiate design between the two projects to improve neighborhood compatibility. F, restudy use of stone up high on elevations. Stone tower feels heavy and overly simple. G, development seems excessive given lot size and steep slope. Study reducing the extent of development to pull it in and reduce boxiness. H, provide more articulation in roof lines and structure massing. I, study ways to soften and tuck in lower level skirting. J, site visit with story poles will be required. K, provide slope and grading analysis. So whenever you're ready, Kyle, you'll have 10 minutes.
Certainly. So as you can see on this cover sheet, we have differentiated a bit between the two parcels that we are developing there. I know that this specific one is referring to parcel 1 there. But as one of the items does refer to the fact that there are these two projects, because you can see we have started to try to distinguish them more. If we move down a couple sheets, you will see, so this is what we had previously, the site, but if we go to the next one, actually the one after that, I'm sorry. This is the site as, you know, what you can see from Palomino Road, which is this road at the bottom of the hill. None of this actually is showing our sites. There is no visible view of our site from this road. The same goes for Montrose Road, which is the road that kind of goes up the side. There are no visible views of our site. The only visible view of the site is from the road that it is on, Edgemount itself. If we go down one more sheet, this is our drawing placed into the view, and so we can compare our projects there to the surrounding developments. When we look at it from this direction, we feel that it really shows that these are kind of in the same scale as the surrounding properties. In fact, many of the surrounding properties are larger than ours. And if we go to, you asked for kind of survey stuff, sheet 110, which I believe is the next one, shows you how steep our lot is that we are dealing with. The average slope here is a 47% slope, so these are quite steep. And so that's leading to a lot of these elements that have been referenced, and we feel that we are you know, adjusting to best suit the design and the restrictions given with the lots. If we go to sheet A300, which is I believe page 10, we will see our elevations. We have, so if you look at that front elevation there, that's for the most part what would be seen from the street. The rest of them are going to be hardly visible to anyone moving through the area. And we have done a lot of preliminary design with landscaping and trying to break up the building and its where it kind of meets the topography, trying to make it feel less like less blocky as you guys described it, and try to integrate it with the landscape. A lot of this foliage will also be shielding it from the various other potential views of the property that you would have, while obviously still allowing for light and views from the project. If we go to the next sheet, which would be our sections, you can see that we are really working our hardest to try to keep everything within our height limits and within the bounds of our topography, the slopes that we are dealing with here. It is a difficult task, but we feel that what we're providing is a good way to deal with what we are being dealt in terms of our lots. Trying to think if there's anything else that we needed specifically. We are also restricted a little bit in terms of, I think, what was referred to as a towering element, which is, I think, referencing elements of the garage being at, so far above. And I think that that's mainly just due to the fact that we have to situate it in an area where it's feasible to use the garage on this type of, sloped lots. We have to get it up higher and closer to the road. If the towering reference was to something else, I am not sure what it was in reference to. In terms of any other of the points, I'm trying to think if there's anything I missed, but I think I hit all the topics.
Okay. Do you have a slope and grading analysis or any 3D renderings?
The 3D renderings we are trying to work on, given what we officially have from our survey, it's a bit difficult just because of how steep this area is, and then to get anything accurate, if we go back to the, what was it, sheets 0.08, which is number 5. To get anything, yes, right there. To get anything good 3D that kind of shows this in the site, we need to pretty much recreate the entire neighborhood. So we are trying to work on that. We do not have anything at this point. It's just incredibly difficult due to all the terrain elements to get anything that will accurately portray all of this. We are working on it, but it is not at this point complete.
Okay.
We have completed, again, we have some, they're not included here, that are from Edgemount looking down at this project. But as you want overall, site representation within the neighborhood, that's taking a bit more time, and we have not yet completed that.
Okay, I think we're mainly looking at the architecture or 3D, but the site information will be helpful as well. So anything else for your presentation?
I mean, again, I really just want to emphasize that, the only real views of this project are going to be from that Edgemount Drive. Yeah, the sheet there that you had that was right before the site, that's Palomino, which is at the bottom of the hill, and is all of that is looking at a different lot, though none of those views show any bit of our projects, our site even. Yeah, like you did, there is no view there that, you know, shows where we will be doing the work. So a lot of these kind of elements I know are kind of coming from the point of, well, what will you be seen in terms of some of the, you know, boxy shapes that you see at the bottom. But there's really no view of the projects.
Okay. Got it. So to the board then for questions. David, can you go to the site aerial, I guess? Not that one, maybe the other one, couple down. Yeah, let's just pause there. So questions from the board?
Has Fire looked at this yet?
I don't know that they have looked at this, but the driveways are to the specs that are required. That's, you know, one of the key things that we had to keep in mind when we were doing this. We have met all the criteria, but I do not know that they have per se inspected the design for those elements.
You know,
I don't know if I think the applicant has it.
as the owner, Fire hasn't been routed plans, but they've been to the site.
Okay.
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry,
please?
yeah, Taylor Tappan, property owner.
Okay.
Property owner. Okay, got it. Thank you.
You know, there's on the upper right-hand corner, that seems like there's a rectangular square that overlaps a road. Is that, you know, what is that?
The road actually goes through the property. So that little corner is part of the property,
Oh,
but the road goes through it. So that's why that corner is there.
okay.
So there's an easement then for,
Yes.
all right, other questions?
Yeah, just to clarify, what's the size of the residence proposed?
On the cover sheet there,
981.
it has all of the sizing information.
It's also garage. The garage is included or not? I was just wondering.
All the garage is shown there. The project description includes the garage total, whereas the total that is there in the calculations has not yet included the garage.
344.
Okay, but on the
If you
agenda,
scroll over just a little bit to the right in the project description, it should include that number there, includes the garage.
okay, good, thank you. Other questions? It says 80 linear feet of retaining walls. Can you show us where those are and
On
what-
this, if you go to the site map, or yeah, the specific site map to the project, not the
Now, David.
So
it's for the,
not
keep going one more.
try to download them.
Keep going.
You can ask it.
It's for the walkway from the street and the garage to to provide access to the front door. So it's cut out to get the front door to provide access.
Okay, and what kind of heights are we talking about for walls?
The heights, off the top of my head, I do not have the heights. If we go to the elevation sheets, you can see, yeah, right there. And scroll down more on the side. So that is the wall that you see there in the south elevation.
Okay, so what is that, 12 and 5, so 7 feet for one of those?
Yeah.
Sounds good, thank you.
I'm sorry, Kevin is now available. If we give
Sure.
him just a moment, he might be able to step in and help me out a little bit here.
I think you did fine. So we're doing questions now. So any other questions from the board?
Well, just to you pretty much redesigned this from your initial proposal, isn't that correct?
This one is fairly similar to the initial one. The other lot has more of the redesign elements that we were focusing on.
Can we go to the, I guess the sections, maybe just on the same page? I'm just looking at the cut and fill and wondering, there's a lot of fill. I'm wondering why this wasn't more sort of nestled in to the site. Is it because of the slope to the garage, or is there a reason for so much fill and not more sort of nestling into the site?
Hey, Chris,
Well,
this is Kevin. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Kevin.
Hi. So yeah, there's a couple of reasons for that. There's a setback from the right of way, and there's the slope from the garage. We kind of maxed out at our down slope that we're allowed to do.
Okay. It doesn't look that steep on this section.
Right. Well, as it varies across the face of this, and the fill that's shown in here, you know, we don't likely there'll be a different way to do that. You know, there won't be truckloads of fill coming in. We'll probably be using some, you know, some other method to create that, to fill that void below the slabs.
Okay. All right. So I think that's good for questions. So we'll move on to public comment, of which we have many. We have 5 slips here. And so we'll each have 2 minutes, and we'll be strict with that. So please be concise and brief, and try not to repeat what others have said. And so we'll begin with Virginia Walliver.
I'm Virginia Walliver. I live at 1173 Edgemount Drive, which was next to the proposed project.
Good.
Our concern is the turnaround fire safety. It goes into a private property, so there's really not public access to turn around. And our concern is the parking issue, especially in a fire hazard area. And also, should this project take place, as homeowners, the homeowner and then those on the street and on Montrose, who takes personal responsibility if injuries, you know, when public safety has been addressed, if injuries or damage occurs. Thank you.
Can you give us an idea where your house is located? Is it within this here?
Let's see.
There should be a pointer somewhere over there.
Next door.
Yeah. What's that?
There's a big house next door.
Okay, across the street or?
Same side of the street.
Okay.
Yeah, same side.
The solar right there. Okay. I might ask all of you that just to get some idea. Thank you.
Can you last?
Yeah. Right, right. Yeah. That's what I was
trying to get sense of that.
Yeah.
Hear that.
Okay, so just for public commenters, you know, we're an aesthetic board, so the safety issues would be taken up with the county planning and with the applicant. So if our main focus here is aesthetics, neighborhood compatibility, mass, bulk, and scale. So just keep that in mind when you make your comments here.
We'd like to hear from you on where you guys are at on those items. I know you have other issues you're concerned about, but the last speaker really didn't tell us anything about that. And
yeah,
that's what we're here to talk about. So.
Okay. So next, Larry Stapleton. Again, 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Larry Stapleton. I live at 2626 Montrose, which is in sort of the lower left-hand side, kind of, yeah, just a little bit below where the cursor is. Yep, to the right a bit, right there. It's us. So we took the board's suggestion, my wife and I, and we invited the developer over to our home to provide some visual context and project massing on that slope. So thanks for that suggestion. From what I saw on the drawings, the architect did make good progress in breaking up the massiveness that was on the previous drawings, added more variety, made it look more interesting, particularly the southern property. Seemed to have done a good job on that. At the last hearing, the board requested a profile view showing the context of the two houses from the perspective of the neighbors below. I didn't see that. I think it was your number 3. And also at the last hearing, the board suggested there may be full storyboarding and a site visit. I'm not familiar with that process. I'm wondering at what point do those poles go up? Is it prior to the environmental hearing for the project or the consideration hearing? Is there a site visit that's open to the public so we can see it from the different road angles? I'm thinking that from Palomino, you will be able to see the development when it goes up. Is there a hearing afterwards to discuss, or how does feedback get worked back in? And then is the design story polled if the design has changed? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the answer to most of those is yes. Yeah, so once the applicant feels they're at a good spot, or the board, we'll have them put up the story polls and we'll all go out there, and the public will be invited to, we can actually go look from your house if it's important, or we'll just meet on site and look at the overall from different vantage points and different locations. Okay, Sherilyn Milton.
Good morning, Sherilyn Milton. I'm at 2622 Montrose. So come this way. It's this way to the left, you're on. And I submitted something through David for the proposed structure versus the lot size. And for these two structures, there it is, thank you. They take up the average 30.8% of the lot size. Average for all the other lot sizes on Edgemount, most of Montrose and Tunnel are 15.89. So you can see that they are much larger in scope to our very rural neighborhood. We have horses, lots of chickens. And so they're just, and I do appreciate the changes in the design. It's not so much a 2001 monolith now, but they're just so big for the rest of the neighborhood. That's what I got.
Okay. Thank you. Joe, starts with an I. Istrin.
And I think most of my comments had to do with the next lot.
Okay, you can save it for then if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We'll do the same process for the next.
The only thing I wanted to mention about here is, and again, what Sherilyn had said, the house right behind them, the larger house that you have the arrow on right there, that's like over a half acre. That whole lot is, the same size that they're building 2 houses on. And I know they're separate projects, but it doesn't fit in with the neighborhood. I think it's much larger and much more dense. But my other comments have to do with the other lots. So.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, Amy Mickelson.
Hello, I'm Amy Michelson, 2624 Montrose Place. I live just to the left of Sherilyn. Oh, I should use this little thing. So I have time out for figuring it out. Don't forget it. Okay, so we didn't see in the new plans a view that was requested from the board to see the house from below. This is the view from our deck straight into the proposed building project. And then you can go, this is from below. The house on the left is on Palomino Drive, so I'm sorry, I disagree that no one can see this building project. Everyone in the canyon can see it. I know that supposedly you don't care about private views, but it is highly visible. This is what our canyon looks like. All of the houses are nicely spaced apart. I am a former couture designer. I dress Halle Berry, Selma Hayek, you name it. I consider myself like a person who has a design savvy. So if you want to talk visual, it's just what our neighborhood is concerned about is just the scale and the scope of two very large houses, 16 feet apart on very small lots, is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. As the Mission Canyon Plan says, development shall be sited, designed, and scaled to be compatible with the neighborhood character to protect visual resources. So it's like, help me understand how this design of two very large houses on very small lots, 16 feet apart, is in keeping with the rural character and the character of the rest of the neighborhood. That's really my question. It's something that I lived in Los Angeles, saw it happening in West Hollywood and the Valley. And I mean, is this where Santa Barbara is going to, that we're going to have these huge houses built out to maximum? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak that didn't have a slip or is online?
Oh, we have one raised
We have a hand gone up. Glasses.
David, I have a really quick question. It says in the public comment, there's all these letters, but in the folder. Not.
Is that from the one before?
That's from before, would be from last time.
Oh,
Yeah. Kathleen Remy.
Hi. I am the house that's directly below the proposed building site. It is a very steep hill. There is not much space between our house and the proposed building homes. It certainly is something that would be visible, that while Palomino Road at the bottom of that hill, at the bottom of Palomino, you may not see this, but you can see it for many of the little driveways that go off to the side. As well as when you take a drive up Palomino and you're looking across the canyon, it would be very visible. I am concerned about the mass as well. I'm concerned about the retaining wall. I'm concerned about the water mitigation. I find that it's just too big in scope, that it is very close to the edge of the property that brings it basically into my second story, looking right into it. And yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, any other public comment? Okay, bringing it back to the board then for our comments. Who wants to go first?
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Yeah, first, I want to clarify, the size of the house. On the agenda, it says 4,000 square feet. The plan says 2,500 plus garage. What is exactly? Yeah.
The cover sheet has the correct project stats. The agenda, I don't know how they interpret. The agenda clearly includes the garage.
So 4,000 is the house and the garage.
Yeah, this will break it down right there.
I cannot see it.
Go to the project statistics. Other way.
Left.
And go down. There you go.
So
there's your 3443 is your gross square footage, not including garage. Garage 538.
So, but on the left is can you blow this up a little bit? I can see, isn't that 4,000 something?
3443. And then on the right is your net square footage. Gross.
So, okay, plus garage. Okay, so if you add it up, it's about 4,000 basically gross, give or take. Okay, all right. And and can we go again on the materials, please? There were some changes in the material from last time, and I'm not very clear as to what they are now.
And again, I think.
So Yeah, I can walk you through that if you can hear me.
Yes.
So last time, unfortunately, you were looking at kind of the naked Revit model elevations. These colored elevations hadn't, for whatever reason, didn't make it to you. So what we're describing are the materials on the elevation. So on this particular lot, we have the garage with a sandstone finish. All of the roof would be a dark standing seam metal roof. We have an off-white plaster, so non-reflective plaster, something that will blend a little bit more into the landscape and hillside. And then we have a horizontal siding material, probably would be a hardy product of some sort because of the fire requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Comments, Alex?
Well,
We did.
yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, it's the with the 47% slope with in a site that steep. Usually for us, it's 20%. For the county, it's a threshold. It's an allowable site to be developed, but it's extremely steep. Just to keep in mind. That's why the size. That's why I'm asking about the size. I'm not really. I'm not a numbers person. It's not the number bothers me one way or the other. But when you're talking about that kind of development, such a steep, you really have to pay attention. Yeah, I like the way the project is evolving. I think it needs to go further. In terms of the colors, a darker plaster and I'm not sure about the stone. I think that would help. I was wondering whether the roof over the garage maybe it could be flat. It would be a flat roof just to make it lower the profile more. Can you go up a little bit? Yeah. It is quite a bit. I also wonder if there's something else that could be done on the understory. If you draw sections, including the caissons, which is going to have a series of caissons, maybe that will give an idea of how the elevation will be expressed. There will be a lot of empty space that I don't think they're going to have retaining walls and fill in. I think it's going to be more like a wall. The understory I'm talking about. It's not going to be a retaining wall. Most likely will be an understory of some sort, and maybe there's an ability to do something with that. I think. I'm concerned about the size. I'm concerned about the bulkiness. I think it can be worked. I think it is it's moving in the right direction. I think it needs to go farther. This lot is relatively small, a fifth of an acre. Not small, but it is quite a bit of development as opposed to the other one, which is twice as large. But it is so steep, and that's why I'm harping on the mass.
Okay, good. Mr. Verdier?
Well, I agree with those comments. I think that your garage could be a structural floor instead of fill. And that would cut down on that really high retaining wall. And I think that that sort of alternative would be a good idea to study that sort of thing. I think the elevations are coming along. I think, the architecture is appropriate and good looking. So that'd be my comment.
Okay. Wait. Yeah, sure. Ms. Grubb?
I don't think I have anything additional to add other than I'm not sure you have room for enough stairs to get from the garage level to the front door. Just studying that sequence because it'll be the main path of travel and it looks like it's 7 feet plus and it's in a very small. So just study that sequence. But.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
I like the architectural approach to it. I think when you're looking at these elevations here, that second one on the right, that corner there where the grade comes down, the house becomes really prominent on the lower level, and so maybe there's some method to bring down the perceived height of that lower wall, whether it's with landscaping or maybe some big boulders or, you know, some stone at the base of the house or something that just help it feel a little grounded there. And I think, yeah, you know, we're going to need to see a landscape plan, but I think it's a nice project and I'm in support of it, so I don't have any.
Okay,
I agree with the previous comments.
thank you. Mr. Bloomer?
Can you, David, can you go to the slide? I think it's 5 in your slide deck. Just kind of center that image for me, please, just the whole thing. You zoom out a little bit. So one of the comments that I've heard consistently in the testimony from the neighborhood is that this is out of sync with the overall neighborhood up here. Like the size of the lot and the positioning of the house and their kind of proximity to each other. And I'm looking at like this project here seems much larger than this project here, which is exactly right next to it. And then this project here, which is next to it, and down here, big house, 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 big. So I'm having a hard time trying to get my head around what along this bench, what's being alleged that this is somehow something that's out of sync with how the neighborhood's evolved over time. It seems actually to me be quite consistent with that, at least from this aerial photo. I'm not sure if the architect has thought about kind of doing a general survey at some point to kind of balance that conversation. We get to more of a scientific discussion about what's really happening in this neighborhood, because there seems to be a lot of opinion that it's not compatible or not consistent with what's there already, and I'm not seeing it. I'm trying to figure out what the actual issue is. I know it's new, and I know when new things show up in neighborhoods, it's upsetting. So I get that, but I'm just trying to figure out what's out of sync here, and I don't see it. So maybe the architect can help us with some further documentation, and as we move this forward, to kind of help everybody see what there is to see there in a more kind of measured way that we can actually measure somehow. You know, like what is the square footage of the surrounding neighborhood? What is the density of it? What is the typical proximity and the typical mass, bulk, and scale? Because I agree with my colleagues here that the architecture and the quality of it seems to be very high, which seems to be something that this neighborhood would like. And there's plenty of examples of great architecture in this neighborhood, and there's some pretty good examples of terrible architecture in this neighborhood too. So from the elevation standpoint, I just have one comment, just kind of reinforce what I've heard from my colleagues here. And I think your comment, Mr. Richards, can you go back down to those elevations, please? The colored ones. I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking at here, but in rear elevation 2 on the downslope, just, you know, this is kind of the stacking of the elevation, but you know, it's one continuous wall, and there's not like a little, when I look at elevation 3, I see a nice stepping back. Which seems like the right kind of attitude that we're trying to get to kind of minimize what I think. Can you go to 4? Where's the downslope elevation? Sorry, it's at the top.
It's right there on the right.
Yeah, 2. Okay.
Elevation.
So it's sloped. So if I'm understanding this, Kevin, it's sloping down and to the right as you look at it from the top, from the bottom up, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, so Alex, are you referring to this area here when your comments about how to kind of manage that area?
Yeah, well, I think it's not going to be a retaining wall. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the practical solution is not going to be retaining walls. It's probably going to be a series of caissons and some kind of a wall or not. But there's going to be a void behind. I mean,
Yeah,
the way you
yes,
feel like
for
that.
sure. So what was your thinking on that? Is to kind of carve away some of it or change the?
I thought, yeah, so maybe, I usually start with from the structural elements. If you
Yeah.
the structure of the house, and it has to stack because of the caissons. And so the design rationale, there's a good thinking behind it. I mean, it's going to be the footprint as small as possible, and it's going to be pretty tall. That's really the way the project here will end up being.
Well, I guess my comment would be, if we take, I don't know what this lower datum is, Kevin, but it looks like it's meant to be the finished floor of it's the lower floor, finished floor. So so if we go from there down, one of the things to help this project settle into the site might be to look at changing the materiality of that, like, maybe converting that instead of the white plaster to like a sandstone or a native regionally correct kind of stone base, or maybe even just creating a shift in the plaster tone, maybe creating an angle, but just kind of maybe slightly buttressing it, but just giving it some weight at the bottom and some darker color so that it kind of diminishes the overall field of lighter color that's projecting downhill. I know that concern is that people looking up at this want to kind of see, like what we like on the Riviera, so to speak, is this kind of peppering of little specks of houses inside of a nice, beautiful kind of landscape of the Riviera south facing. And I know this is a little bit more westerly, but that same idea, I think, is what people appreciate when they see a large mass that kind of interrupts that. I think that's generally what we're always trying to preserve, is this kind of homogeneous, continuous kind of field of green and little houses poking up, and not, at least that seems how the plein air painters tend to portray it. They don't usually draw a big giant white blob in the middle of any of the walls. Yeah. So, and I know you don't want to plant a lot in front of nice apertures for views too. So that would be like anything that we do in that. I think particularly, I'll shut up now, but on rear elevation 2, the left side with the darker color at the base as it steps back tends to really, I think that does a good job of helping that. And you can see it again on the front elevation, so to speak, on the left side of the drawing too. It's doing that. So, but I agree with the colleagues here that my colleagues here that it seems to be moving in a good direction. I just don't have clarity of why I would be pushing you to make it smaller or do any reductions at this point based on my initial arguments.
Okay, thank you. I think the story polls are going to tell a lot of the story, hence the name, to everyone, including us. So we're looking forward to seeing that. I don't have much to add, but I agree with what's been said. I do want to say that I think on these elevations that we're seeing continue, and I think you said you don't have all your site info yet as far as surveying goes, so this may change. And if you scroll,
we do have, we have a full survey.
Okay, because that doesn't look like 47 degrees. I guess the one at the bottom is more like it. But anyway, I would say to go with your sections /elevations from property line to property line. So we get a sense, because I'm a little, I guess my main concern was, I don't know if it's a cross canyon. Can we go to the aerial again real quick, David? Was one of the public speakers was just to the left, and I'm curious about what is the elevation of that house, finished floor, versus theirs, and it might be a good idea to include that in your section if possible, or just want to get a sense, and that might be told with story polls also. But those houses are close. And is that across a canyon? Like, does it go back up to, is that Palomino?
No, it continues to drop.
It goes down, right? Okay. Okay.
That's the base of that's the base.
I got you. Okay. So yeah, again, not much to add, but I think looks like include more of the site in your sections /elevations. That's all I would say. And so how does the board feel
Very false.
Yeah, story polls, I think it's a good time for that, and unless you're planning on making some changes, but I think then return for further conceptual / preliminary at for the next meeting when you're ready.
Hey, Chris, were there any of the comments from the last meeting that you felt were not responded to in terms of what you had asked for?
Yeah, A, B, and K. And maybe C. I'm not really sure what that is referring to, but
Yeah, yeah, I think C, yeah,
C. So A, B, C, and K.
including the two, maybe the two houses can be put together perhaps. You know, in terms of showing the context.
Oh, yeah. In the renderings, you mean, or?
Well,
in
I mean,
general?
like, if you show if you want to show the context, right, the property on the left and the right, you can show it vacant, or you can show it
Right.
you're planning to do it.
Yeah, I think a little more context would help.
I don't know if this is appropriate as a mandate of any kind.
No,
But, no, it's
Probably not.
I haven't said it yet. But, or maybe it's not the right time to do it yet, but I would recommend the architect consider some kind of neighborhood surveying, just the way it's typically done. I think Mr. Moore knows what I'm talking about, but
So that's been performed. Actually, the owner has gone to considerable effort to gather that information and submit it to the planning department. So
I know that. I'm saying in terms of just establishing neighborhood compatibility around mass, bulk, and scale and square footage, right? Like,
And where is that in your plans then?
no, but I'm saying is because we can review that the next time. I mean, it's already been brought up. But I would say bring it in, add it to your documents, Kevin, so that it can be part of this discussion. So we can actually look to see like what's potentially in sync or out of sync here. I'll leave it. I don't know if that's something I have to do. I just think it would be helpful.
Okay, sounds good. So bringing forward A, B, C, J, and K, and then the other comments that we had as well. All right, let's move on to the next item, which is the Tatman New Residence B. Request of Mr. Moore, agent for Taylor Tatman, for further conceptual review of a new residence with an attached 2-car garage totaling 3,800 square feet and 96 linear feet of retaining walls on a vacant lot at 1181 Edgemound Drive. Also last heard October 7th of this year. And I will quickly read through the comments. Many of them are repeats from the last. So show adjacent development on the plan, show 3D, show a profile project from below, differentiate between the two projects, restudy use of stone up high on elevations, stone tower feels heavy, utilize understory as living space, helps to reduce massing as compared to the other project, provide more articulation in roof lines and structure massing, provide arborist report if impacting oak trees, and then the slope and grading, further develop the site plan that shows walls and circulation and story poles. So Mr. Moore, when you're ready, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I believe Kyle covered a lot of the questions regarding views, but let's go to that overall aerial image again. Perfect. Okay, so a lot of the neighbor concerns are private views, related to private views, and I do want to note that, as Mr. Bloomer pointed out, the typical density in this neighborhood and situations of these houses are pretty tight. They're kind of shoulder to shoulder with very little space in between them. In fact, when you drive down, for instance, Montrose Place in either direction, you cannot really see through or around or past the houses on either side of the street. So if you're a pedestrian walking down Montrose, you're going to be looking at all of the driveways and garages and houses that are on there. You can't really see through them, especially to these two particular sites. And the same goes with Palomino. So down below there where we took our shots looking up, that's the public road. These other houses are off private driveways and shared private driveways. So The public is not going to be accessing those. And it's really not visible. And furthermore, the houses that are already in place are already visible. So this is the nature of hillside and ridgeline conditions. Houses are visible. So what we're doing is trying our best to knit these houses into this existing fabric and differentiate them as requested by the board the last time around. So if we go to the architecture now, we can scroll down to the elevations. So last time your comments were to restudy these houses and create some differentiation between the two. You didn't like the idea that they would be sisters, so to speak. So what we did is we took this particular house, feeling that it had the kind of the strongest response against it, and we took it in a little bit different stylistic direction. We made it a little bit more modern. We took the roofing as a starting point. We removed the kind of hip roof that was on it before, and we created a series of forms that step down the hillside. And in order to comply with height limitations, and actually to mimic some of the stylistic appearance of the one of the neighboring houses, we introduced the shed roof on some of these forms. And then we have just a flat roof carrying out over the living room area and partially overhanging the deck. And that steps down again as we come to the lower level. And I think one thought to address your concerns about this particular kind of south, I guess I would call it the southeast corner. That's the tallest corner on both of these projects. We introduced a little sort of deck off of the master bedroom that creates an additional step. So in elevation 3, in the lower left-hand corner of elevation 3, you can see additional little step down mass there, which creates a little deck off the master bedroom. So I think that will help to soften that corner somewhat and create an additional variety in that elevation. Materials, we're proposing a plaster coat for the majority. Then we have a vertical wood siding on the entry form, and then on the form that is kind of wrapping the kitchen volume. And then a generous overhang over the glazing to cut down on the solar gain, and a plaster finish and relatively flat roof line at the garage face that faces the street. And sectionally, not much has changed. If we scroll down, similar in that regard to the last round, but just formally updating this to make it feel different than its neighbor. So if we go back up to that aerial photo, the exhibit, you can see that the way the houses kind of and the properties kind of splay, they kind of introduce their own privacy because of that. They're sort of oriented in other directions. So they're not going to be, necessarily looking into each other's private decks. They're kind of oriented down the valley. This particular lot is oriented more down the valley. The other lot looks, a little bit more towards the mountain side. Again, we would certainly be introducing a landscape plan as we move forward, and the idea would be to augment the native landscape there and provide trees where appropriate to provide additional privacy between neighbors. And I think that's it for my
Okay.
presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions from the board?
Yeah, can you go to the elevations? Elevation 1, I think. On the bottom, yeah. Yeah, so, Mr. Moore, is the center element is the vertical siding? Is that what you're proposing?
Correct.
And it wraps around. I'm having a hard time following it. Can you move up a little bit? See the so
It continues around the downslope side of the house, and then continues around. So it wraps that volume.
okay. And the rest is plaster for the rest, basically.
Majority is plaster. Then we repeat that vertical wood siding at the entry volume.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Right. Other questions?
Well, yeah, what's on top of the garage? It's just like it looks like a high roof. Is that just the height of the parapet, or what?
What's on top of the garage? Oh, you're talking about the west elevation there? What's on
East elevation. Oh, that's the higher wall of. Oh, okay, I got it.
11 feet.
It's the higher wall because of the shed condition. Okay, got it. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so actually, now that you mentioned that, that looks like a very short garage door. If that's street level, at the top says 0, garage says 11.6. So it looks like that's only 5 feet high.
No, it's 7.
7? Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, so back to, or moving on to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward. And again, 2 minutes. And your name again? Oh, hold on one second, I'm sorry. David, can we get a microphone over there? So you said Sherilyn Milton. Yeah.
Ellen Milton.
Okay.
And just for context, I am a general contractor. I am pro building. I'm all about it. It's great. I love it. It's just the scale of these projects. And Kevin mentioned that on Montrose, all the houses are crammed together, very close together. All the houses that I have checked are about 30 feet apart. These two houses seem to be 16 feet apart. So it's not the same scale. And the house size is still too big in my mind. Build the houses, make them smaller.
Thank you. Okay, Joe, did you want to?
You can leave that up for a second. I just had concerns about some oak trees on the property, and I talked with Taylor right beforehand. He said there was an arborist report, so I'll see that later. But there were 2 oak trees that I noted on the property. One had a triple trunk, and the trunks were about 6.5 inches each in diameter, and then the smallest one, yeah, so that works out to about just over 6 inches in diameter, and keep going. That one's the second trunk, 6.5 inches, and then that's the smallest, right around 5. And if you come back, that's the height that I measured at. Okay,
that's part of one tree. Those
were all 3 one tree. If you kind of go, there's a group picture of them. That group of trees, and that seems significant enough that I don't want to see it disappear. And Taylor seemed to be on board with that too. But it's towards the edge of the property, so I don't think it's going to impact anything. Okay. I just want it on record that that's there. Sure. And the other thing, if you go back to that picture, aerial picture, going back to slope density again. Yeah, that whole circle of houses, the gentleman to the right of you was looking at, saying how close they are together. No, farther down. On Montrose, a little bit farther down. That whole little group of houses right there are mostly under, like, right around 2,000 square feet. There's a handful of houses on Edgemont and Montrose above 3,000, but the bulk of the houses in the neighborhood are right around 2,000 square feet. And so that's why I feel that the slope density just doesn't, not so much for this project, but the adjacent lot, the smaller one. And the fact that the lots are actually smaller than they are because most of it's in the road. So they're actually, the lots are smaller. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else from the public would like to make comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for our comments. Mr. Verdiak.
Oh, we have a.
Oh, oh, okay. Just the nick of time. Okay, Kathleen Remy again, when you're ready, 2 minutes.
Okay, I know that he said that it had already been surveyed, but there is a situation on Montrose, just to the, as this, I'm looking at this picture on the lower left-hand side. Right there, right above on Montrose, there's a new build. And they originally surveyed it, and it was found that it was in conflict with what they thought. And so it had to be resurveyed, and it was a little different than the original survey. So I wonder if that's the case. It ended up being something like 8 feet more to the right. And I wonder if that's the case, then how do I know that the survey that's been done is accurate? Is it the most detailed one you can get? Are there different levels of surveys? I just don't know how to trust it if right down the street, there was an example of a survey that just was inaccurate and needed to be redone.
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes public comments, and we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Mr. Verdiak, do you want to start?
Okay. I think that, the thing has been changed a lot, the shed roof, although it does make a big difference in contrast to the other house. The garage elevation is going to seem quite stark, from the street view. And I wonder if that might be worth restudying that, if there would be some way of, softening the impact of that. The shed roof won't be visible from that point. It's gonna, what you're gonna see is that garage elevation from that point of view, and the rest of the building will be not very visible. Other than that, I think as with the other thing, the architecture is it's much improved and studied, and I like the direction that it's going. That'd be my comment.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I should have said this earlier, but if you're having trouble hearing, you can always come down a little closer if that works for you. And also, for those that are here for item 7, 8, and 9, and 10, we probably won't get to those till after lunch. 7 is iffy, but I don't want people waiting around if we're going to be taking an hour break for lunch here in about half an hour. So coming back to the board then for comments, Mr. Peugeot for item 5.
I agree that the change in style is successful. It breaks up the two units together. The materials, I would like to see a little bit more development. I like the idea of the previous comment on the previous project, the idea that the lowest level, the understory, is a darker material. It could be like maybe exposed concrete, or maybe some kind of a darker thing, even a darker shade of plaster, but perhaps some stone goes there at the bottom, and then I like the vertical siding, the way it wraps around. I think that works well. Less plaster would be better. I understand that it's fireproof and economical and all that, but it needs. I think it could benefit from another, some other refinement of materials. It's not clear what the. I don't quite see the railings. I'm not sure if they're glass or what, can you see? I think that
It's
would
like,
have.
It's like cable rail.
the cable rail for the,
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that would be that. I think that's appropriate. I like the overhang you have. Even larger would be better. These things are very exposed to the sun exposure. It helps, always helps the elevations, overhangs, and recess the opens and so forth. I think it's moving in the right direction. I agree with the comment on the garage elevation. Maybe it just needs some other kind of detailing or little clear story windows or something, but it's a minor thing. I think it's doing well. It's a very, very, very steep lot. Anyway, I think it's moving in the right direction.
okay, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I agree with the positive comments. I think that the way that the roofs reflect the stepping of the site or the slope of the site is great. Makes a house feel like it kind of integrates into the property. And as you identified, we talked about on the previous one, that corner where you added the lower level patio, I think that's also great with this home because it gives you access to come out down there, and it makes the house feel like it's integrated into the slope. And I look forward to seeing the landscape plans, but I support of the project.
Okay, Ms. Grubb,
Nothing else.
Mr. Bloomer.
Well, I would say Mr. Moore is a very talented and thoughtful architect, but instead of lavishing praise on him, I want to applaud the developer for unleashing their architect a little bit, and letting them explore this further, because I think this is it all. Well, I think it was a good move, so thank you. I actually, when I first saw this pop up on the screen, and especially the elevation that's not shown, made me think a little bit about Sea Ranch. So I definitely felt or saw that influence, and I don't know if it was intentional, but you're definitely getting on the radar with that kind of gesture. And I think it's a great precedence. It would be it'd be nice to see something that's not so I don't know what the term is, but contemporary thinking about modern or contemporary architecture, kind of the now of it. Like this feels like it's a nice nod back to something a little bit more like what we used to see in these hills back in the late 60s and early 70s, and when this kind of style was coming around. So and I think you're totally reinterpreting it, but I think it could be a successful move. It's definitely different than the other house, and I think it just needs, I would really keep an eyeball on the north elevation and see where you can go with that. I feel like the tone of the house needs to come down and be a bit darker than the other house to make that happen. And the materials that you use on the outside, I really encourage like staying away from too much plaster and exciting some of that vertical wood treatment. And there's some nice products out there that are simulated, like there's nice products that will actually achieve that even in a high fire. They're actually better than almost anything in terms of fire ratings. So, and will age and weather well and look very natural. The only critique I have on the massing and the design right now is go up to the two upper images. First of all, just have you look at the west elevation on drawing 3. The alignment of the 3 volumes that you saw on that previous image, I think could just be improved if you step that a bit, like by a foot or 2 or whatever. Like where currently they're fully in alignment, and I would like to see as they march up the hill, they step out from that boundary that's set at the first floor. So some offsetting to create a better detailing where those different materials converge would be appreciated. But I think I like the elevation below that is the light and shadow and the effect of all the different massing. It's going to work. You can already start to see it. So again, maybe thinking about that base material below I don't know what plate height is, that one right through the middle, like thinking about bringing the wood or something darker in the bottom. it's only going to help it. This is just kind of a dot of wood material on elevation 2 and a dot of it on 3. And I think using that to good effect will help settle this house into the site. The last thing I would say is on the east elevation, the garage. I don't think that garage elevation is much of a gift to the neighborhood. It's kind of a very austere kind of just blank wall. And given what's going on architecturally on this thing, I think some work should be done to break that up. You know, maybe the left side of that massing could go into that wood material, or it could be, you know, just some thoughtfulness about having that garage be an indication of what's being enjoyed from below. I mean, it's going to be the most prominent piece of the project from the neighborhood, and I just feel like the garage just feels a little bit underdeveloped and kind of stark. So something to, you know, improve the landscaping, or maybe a trellis or something. I hate to add any, you know, just frivolous detailing to make that happen. If you can integrate it to the architecture more, that would be appreciated. But I just think it needs something a little bit more sophisticated than what's being shown.
That it?
I think that's it for now.
Okay.
I mean, I still think that this project and the other project will benefit from some kind of an analysis of the volumes. It's going to be hard, I guess, that, you know, I was listening to the other neighbor. I think it's smart, you know, analysis. It's, you know, the square footages may be different. It's kind of a hard thing to pin this to, but if you think about every house on a hill is, even if it's the first or second story, it takes up a volume, and that volume tends to go right down to the ground. So everything has a mass bulk and scale to it that's volumetric. And I think maybe the more proper analysis of compatibility here would be each house and each lot has a certain volumetric size that we're trying to modulate and make sure that nothing feels like it's overwhelming the neighborhood. And maybe that's more the way to analyze this. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anything that would help us, that would help us with that.
Well, I think the story polls are going to be a big help there. But okay, so yeah, a lot of good comments. I don't have much to add. I'd say bring materials board, or at least preliminary, for both projects, and landscape plans and preliminary grading and drainage, so we get an idea, because I'm a little concern Kaylee brought up earlier about how do you get from the garage down to the front door? Where is the staircase, and how does the site circulation work? Also, if you can just scroll down a little bit, going back to these elevations, I love the north elevation. I think the simplicity of that. And then if you go back up again, I want it to be more of that somewhere. And it seems like the west and the south, you know, you see some of that, but it's in the distance because it's part of the north elevation. But if there's any way to bring in another one of those shed roofs somewhere, I think that could help this south elevation, which is the most prominent, and the west elevation. So that's it. That's all I have. Sounds like you're, again, moving in the right direction. I think carrying forward again, comments A, B, H, I, J, and K, and then any others that were added. And I think same goes for this one, and that it could move forward for further conceptual / preliminary full board with story polls, if you feel like you're ready to do that now. Anything else? Yep. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
One more.
Okay, yeah. Let's move on to item number 6, the Procore LLC deck request of Tai Ye, architect for Sally and Hans Twiggy. That's probably wrong. For further conceptual and preliminary and final of a deck addition of approximately 398 square feet to a 3,169 square foot existing residence. And this is located at 2121 Summerlin Heights Lane in anyone? Summerlin, thank you. September 23rd is the last time we heard this. And there was public comment, and we had a few comments from the SBAR, but do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Tai Ye, architect. With me today, I have Mr. Hans Fuegi. He will be here addressing some of the previous neighbors' comments. And also we have architect of record, Dee Carawan. I believe she's there in person to do the revised presentation based on the comments from last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll go ahead and read through those comments. There's 4, and they are as follows. A, confirm structural design. B, bottom support posts should be increased in size. Consider 3 bays instead of 2. C, restudy detailing on transition between column support and upper deck. And D, study railing detail. So 10 minutes for your presentation whenever you're ready.
Great.
Okay. Dee, would you like to give it a try?
Sure. Thanks, Ty.
Okay.
So the previous comments were about these posts being spindly, which we agree on. We didn't have the structural with the previous presentation. So if we scroll down to the elevations, above is the existing and below is the proposed. So the structural engineer, Paul Belmont, recommended a post plus a shear wall, which is about 20 inches wide. And then we clad that with trim material. So those posts now are about 20 inches wide at either end. We weren't required structurally to have anything in the center. But we did take that existing 6x6 post and box it in to be larger. And then the glue lam that spans the beams or spans the posts is clad with the shingle material. And then if you scroll down to here, you can see on the left and the bottom image, the new posts exactly wider than the posts that were there originally exactly. Also, I'd like to note that the cable railing up on the deck is wrapping on all 3 sides, and this was to address the neighbors' concerns of blocking their ocean view and visibility. So we did make the railing as transparent as possible. And then if you scroll down on the upper right, on that elevation, you can see where the existing roof is and where our new cable railing is going. And that cable railing would extend all the way back to the house. You can see that at the lower elevation. So we're actually removing solid guardrail and replacing it with cable railing. And I think if you go down to sheet 401, we have a detail of that cable railing. And then if we scroll down one more sheet, there's our detailing for our new posts or our new columns.
Thank you. Was there consideration for an additional post to make 3 bays instead of 2? That was one of the comments.
So one of our main intents was to, one, address the neighbors' concerns about visibility, and then also obviously the owners of the house, their ocean view from the house. We thought this was appropriate to the style, keeping the 2 bays and the 3 columns.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Great. Thank you. Questions from the board? Everybody's getting hungry. What's going on? Okay, public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. I see the owner has his hand raised. If you'd like to speak, Hans, is that right?
That is correct, yeah. Name is Hans Fugi, owner with my wife Sally of the property. At the suggestions of the board, last meeting, we did reach out to the owners of lot 13 who had the concern about their view being, impacted by this addition. I attempted to get a hold of them through the HOA, left my contact information, and have not heard back from them. I do believe we did address their concern as good as we could, as Dee explained, by lowering, the deck is lower, and rather than having a solid railing, making it cable railing. The most recent comment from the neighbors on Ortega Ridge Road, I want to make clear, and they say as much in their letter, that it doesn't appear that they can actually see the deck from the second story, which is, seems like a non-issue. I also would like to draw the attention to the fact that the easement they mention is actually a landscaping easement, and we actually tried hard to comply with it at their request. We have, since we have owned the home, trimmed the trees once or twice, and as they said, I don't believe that they're actually going to impact it, since you won't be able to see that deck at all. So that's my comments. We are trying to be good future neighbors, and hopefully we got there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak?
We just had that one comment.
Yeah, we did have a letter. All right. So back to the board for comments. Anyone?
Let's go back to the self-elevation. The elevation, yeah. I think the railing looks good with the shingles and underneath. I think that's very good. I disagree on the resolution on the support of that on the south. I think the center column being different and small, and the span being so large, I disagree. I would still recommend that to put 4 columns, and it could all be 24 inches wide. And we also want to consider dressing that with shingles as well, so it becomes part of the house. That 1, 2, 3, 4, basically like walls. And when you go to the other elevation, the south, the other, you may want to wrap around, like another 8 inches or, just a little bit more on the corner post. I would do it like that. I think it matches more the style of the house, as opposed to the spindly. I understand that you still have one of those in the front. It's just that it doesn't seem to match the style of this type of shingle architecture.
Okay. Other comments?
Yeah, I agree with those comments. I think that the column, as it appears in that elevation, should be either held back a little bit, even if it's 6 inches, it's in the same plane as the deck up above, which makes the column seem awkward. It should be, I think aesthetically, it would be better to hold the column, inside the deck, to give it the appearance that it has, that it's really supporting the deck itself. And on the right of this rear elevation, there's a roof projected out. Shouldn't that have some sort of a knee brace there? It doesn't seem like it's structurally appropriate. or viable.
That's up, you talking about the upper right corner?
Yeah, on the right side of the building, of this rear elevation, there's a,
It's existing.
That's existing, and if you look below, you can see there's a ridge beam kind of protruding out.
Right in the middle, left of the.
If you,
Me.
sorry, right there. There's a ridge beam.
well, that's not, I'm referring to this lower window.
He's talking about this.
Oh, the window.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah,
Yes,
Oh, okay, that's a,
go up a little bit. They look the other way. Yeah,
yeah, there's actually a bay underneath that.
it's just not drawn. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's just one line missing.
Missing line.
Yeah.
Forgot to draw it.
well, you can also see that the column in the same plane as the deck. I mean, that should be moved, I think, to the right, just just enough to give it the appearance that it is supporting the deck.
The, actually, the column is centered underneath the glue lamp.
There's a section cut on the next page. Next page. Yes. Right here.
Where?
Here.
We can't see what you're pointing at.
There's a section right there.
Section B1 at the lower right-hand corner, or A1, both sections.
Zoom in a little, David.
Yeah.
Please. Okay.
Well, it seems that, you could, somehow work that detail to, to improve the appearance of it. That'd be my comment.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay,
It's pretty
Mr.
straightforward, I think.
Mr. Richards.
I don't have anything to add.
Mr. Rubb. Okay, so I want to get some clarification from Mr. Peugeot and see how the others feel about the columns, because the suggestion was to wrap them in the, you want to rephrase briefly?
Yeah, just the same material, the same shingles.
Same shingles for all the columns and have 4 of them?
Yeah, like as if they were walls. I'm not sure if that's a problem with visual or why they were not. I mean, yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
Weren't they clad to increase the bulk of the size of them from the last proposal? Aren't we
Well,
looking
they are 24 inches now because they need to put a strong wall. Strong wall.
Right, but it looks like they've been encased in a wood frame.
Yeah, they have a wood. Yeah, they have a more classical. Yeah. Or if they want to keep them like that, that's I think what bothers me most is the number of columns. It seems like the one in the center is really.
I think you can almost, even if you left it as is, I think you need 2, even if they're smaller columns in the middle. It's just awkward with 3. So that's the comment from the board. I think 4 columns are better than 3. Treat them how you want.
Well, it's just like the span is so big, what is it, like 16, 18 feet. It's like a big span.
It's a big span. Yeah, and I understand the view, which is why I think even if you left the middle columns thinner, it's not like if you're cutting down on a huge amount of view, but it would just look a lot more appropriate. So anyway, we're here for, preliminary. Here for further conceptual and prelim final. So, someone want to make a motion?
I would go for preliminary preliminary approval with the request to further develop the support of the deck on the south elevation, right? The rear elevation, that's south. Rear is south.
Pardon?
Rear elevation is the south elevation.
Um,
We usually talk about north, east, south, east, west, you know.
you look at the site plan. Yes, it is south.
Okay, so the preliminary approval, the condition to develop the support of the deck on the south elevation with additional columns or
4 columns instead of 3.
yeah. Yeah, 4 columns, yeah, 4 columns,
And,
Yeah.
And for final on consent.
final and consent, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
just want to get some clarification. So the board prefer to see 4 columns rather than 3, and the columns were to be siding to match the wall. Is that the instruction suggestion we receive?
That's the suggestion, although I think the 2 middle columns could be a bit smaller, like you've shown. It's just because of the view. I mean, if you have 4 24-inch columns, it might get a little bit heavy and you might be blocking views. So the 2 outer columns, yes, but the 2 inner columns, up to you. Does that work?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really the maker of the motion.
I would prefer the columns to be all the same. I'm not sure if they need to be 24 inches.
I think they should be the same
The same,
size,
yeah.
and
All the same size.
24-inch column is pretty thick.
So that has to do with the strong
Kind of
wall,
out of
right?
scale.
The strong wall, sometimes they come at 16 inches as well. The strong wall panel that defines the size of the column.
Yes.
To be 24. right?
So what the structural engineer is calling out is 16 inches plus a 6x6 post.
One of them.
So it's a total of about 22 inches.
Yes. Okay,
That's for the outer, two.
right. And then you have to dress them up with something. You have to dress. Yeah.
We are covering them with trim right now, and right now we're handling them more as trim pieces, as columns, as opposed to wall.
Well, if that's your preference, I mean, I would.
And they are columns.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, but I think it would be better to keep them all the same. I think it would make some sense.
If it wasn't an ocean view, I might agree with you, but I think it's I think it's fine the way it is. I think it solves all of the problems of supporting this deck, keeping in character with the craftsman, and is proportional to what it's carrying.
You know, Alex, did you suggest before that these outboard columns be sheathed in shingle?
Yes.
I mean, I think that's a good idea. And then the 2 intermediate columns could be, you know,
Things like you have them.
thin. Because it's just, the proportion of the column is frankly awkward.
So, yes, to clarify then, Mr. Ye, the preference of the board would be to have at least the 2 outer columns matching the architecture with the shingles, and then the 2 inner columns, not just one, could be thinner to preserve views and such.
Understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, just so you don't have to come back, if you're amenable to that, we could make that a condition of approval. And
Well, we need to
That's the
verify,
only-
they can submit to the building department and go to consent and have a proper drawing, documentation, I think.
okay.
Yeah.
Spacing of having 4 columns gonna conflict with that middle massing of the building, with the 2 lower columns not aligning with the edge of the.
Well, they do align, they would align,
It looks like they're close.
they would align more or less.
I mean, the columns are gonna be equally spaced. on the bottom, right?
Yeah, but that's also set back and you're not really gonna read those together. So anyway, I think that we have a motion and
I have a second.
a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. See you on consent then for final.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So that brings us to the noon hour and our break for lunch for an hour. We'll be back here at 1 to continue with item number 7, 8, 9, and 10. I could have.
Yeah, one good.
Who's that? That portly gentleman with his collar. And 3 and 2 and.
Watch a little bit.
And we're back.
Cody Carson. We going?
Tell him what he's won, Bob.
All right, so we will reconvene the SBAR meeting on November 4th with item number 7, the Zibalewski new dwelling and garage, request of Tracy Burnell, agent for Joseph and Allison Zibalewski, for conceptual review of a new 2-story residence of approximately 3,038 square feet, includes ADU of approximately 936 square feet, and attached garage of 516 square feet on a vacant parcel, requiring 1,000 cubic yards of cut and no fill. And it's a 6.2 acre parcel located at 201 Olive Street in Summerlin area. And I see the applicant here. Please state your names for the record.
Tracy Burnell, architect for the project.
Amy Blakemore, landscape architect.
Okay, so trying to keep presentation to about 10 minutes. If you can appease that, that would be great. So whenever you're ready.
I'll do my best. Guess we've already made introductions. I'll just kind of summarize the scope again. I think we want to stay on the site plan for the moment. We're going to talk about those things first, but like you said, it's basically a main level house that's about 1,830 square feet, has a 516 square foot garage, and then the lower level is 1,200 square feet, which has a laundry room, and it's going to have an accessory dwelling unit for the adult children of the owners that they have kids with disabilities that live with them. But it's essentially looks like an 1,850 square foot 1-story house from the south side until you get down to the lower part of it.
ADUs on the bottom floor.
Yeah, it's basically a walkout basement. It only has light on one side. There's significant site constraints on this site. It was created as a subdivision, so there's a tentative parcel map. It has a lot of constraints on it. It has a 16-foot height limit. It has a development envelope, which you can't quite see all of it. If we scroll up, you'll see that. It's about 50,000 square feet. It has a building envelope, which is only 14,500. So it's basically, maybe 1.5 times the size of a tract house subdivision that you might see. So there's a temptation to look at this as a 6-acre parcel and why can't A, B, and C be done, but it's not really an accurate way of looking at it. The entire site is environmentally sensitive habitat. The development and building envelopes give us the right to do things there, but we had to get a biologist to do a report and get permission from planning and just to cut down the shrubbery and get the surveyor on the site. So they take it pretty seriously. It's steep. It varies between 15 and 25% across the site, and there's a couple of places that are 45, pretty limited. Of course, Summerlin, so the soil is terrible, and trying to keep things in a logical, simple way to save money is important. And then, of course, you've got fire department stuff of how do they get in, distance of hoses, and steepness of driveway. So we came up with the conceptual design that we've got here. We went through a process with the neighbors, had a pretty big meeting. There were a lot of concerns about the ability to see it, and the effect on views and privacy and things like that. We've had a lot of back and forth in that process. So as far as the site placement, it's really essential that the house follow the contours of the hill if you're going to stay within the height limit. And so the concept was to bring people in. The guest arrival comes in from Olive, So as you come in, you'll get a view of the foothills and the mountains, then you'll turn to the left and see the entry side of the house, come into a guest parking space and come into the entry. Then the owners will come down a very steep driveway from Temple into their garage and create a couple parking spaces that would be used for the ADU. That driveway is at 20%. They've already run this by fire and they say that they will let us do it, but not even any more. And I'm not confident that it works. It's like, I'm not a civil, you can't come at 20% straight into the door or out of a flat part of Temple, but we'll figure that out. But just so you understand the constraints on it. And of course, the views are to the north. And so the whole house is oriented that way. And you can see, if you see it on there, we'll see it on the floor plan. There's an outdoor living space that's on the north side. So the entry is on the south side, which is the side where the neighbors are. And all of the rooms orient to the north. And there is some access and light coming from the south, but the rooms all line up going across there. Why don't we go ahead to the next sheet with a floor plan? Thank you. So you can see there's an entry on the left side. That's the foyer. You come into basically a great room, living, dining, kitchen. Then you've got a guest bath and a bathroom, and then the master suite. And then you've got a pantry there on the south side. So and then you can see the deck outdoor area there. It's got an outdoor fireplace, seating, outdoor dining, and a barbecue area. And then as you go down the stairs, you'll see a little laundry area there that's not really connected. The access to the ADU is from the outside. So it's just pretty straightforward. 2 bedrooms and a living area that face to the only glass you can get on it. If you can scroll over a little bit to the elevations, it's a pretty straightforward kind of Spanish look. The one deviation from that I think we want to do, depending on budget, is just to do more of an Italian tile where you'll have a flat tile and then the barrel tile and flat and barrel. You can kind of get that look. I think that kind of summarizes through the design quickly. I think we could let Amy walk you through the landscape if you could maybe go to the last page.
And in terms of the landscape, we're still at a pretty conceptual level, just to pin down a palette that's appropriate for the space, both in terms of being conscientious about the environmental concerns around the peripheral of the project. So incorporating some natives that can be sort of sprawling and kept irrigated, though, to reduce fire concern, and also just making sure that the plant material we're picking responds to fire, being on the high fire desirable plant list, as well as being appropriate for the style of the house in a Mediterranean setting, and also, of course, being sensitive to water. So trying to incorporate all those things in the palette. We do want to make sure on the south side to incorporate a ligustrum hedge that will provide some screening and buffer between the house and the neighbors to the south. It is above the house, so we don't need anything that's significantly tall, but I think a nice dense green hedge will take care of screening some views there, and then incorporating some olive trees, jacaranda. There's a desire to have some fruiting trees, so some citrus along the north end of the landscaping, and also focusing some screening at the 2 parking areas. So from across the valley, those spaces are going to be fairly visible. So just making sure those are screened with tree material and kind of buffered in that way.
If we could go back to the first sheet, I just wanted to cover a couple more things. And if you go down a little bit so you can see those sections. I know one of the concerns that we've been going back and forth on with the neighbors has to do with concerns about their view and concerns about proximity and privacy. So you can see in the section there, our finished floor is about 14.5 feet below the finished floor of the house above it. Our highest point of our ridge is about 9 inches above the finished floor level of the house. So I understand that they enjoyed a wide open, very natural field for a long time and are not happy about having development happen in that, but it covers maybe 15 feet of the hill down there above Greenwell, which is a hill that has an avocado ranch on it. And the rest of that, all the foothills, the mountains, the valleys up is all wide open. We're not blocking anything. There was a comment in one of the letters that you may have read talking about the houses on Whitney being generously spaced, but if you scroll up a little bit, you see I've got dimensions all of them. They range from between 10 and 16 feet apart between the houses. And we're between 55 and 78 feet, I think, away from them. So our proximity is pretty good, I think, in terms of what else is going on up there. And like I said, we've got our living space on the north side, which is unusual. Normally your living spaces would all back up to each other and you would eventually see or be able to hear people there. So I just wanted to point those two things out and also say that there have been quite a few comments about, well, why don't you just push the house all the way over to Temple and get it out of the way of these? But the problem with that, and there are letters from those neighbors saying that they're happy with where it is, it's not impacting them as much. In order to get closer to Temple, the house has to come up or you can't get down to the driveway. So then you start to really bring it up into those views. And there's a discussion about, well, why not just have one driveway and eliminate the Temple and push the house down, which is technically possible. But in my view, if you're coming into a place and you're going to spend millions of dollars, which you are, to get this land and build a house like this these days, you don't want to drive into the garage. You want to drive into the front of the house, and they have the opportunity. The development envelope goes to both streets, so you have the opportunity to take advantage of that and do it correctly. There are other proposals that have been done that only use Temple, I think, not Olive. And then they try to avoid the garage thing by coming across on the south side of the house. But if you do that, you have to put a big retaining wall in along the property line, pave the whole south side, and lose that entire yard. I just think it's a terrible way to approach this. So I think that what we're doing makes a lot of sense. And one of the comments from Bendy White lives at 2490, and I spoke with him about it. And as soon as he heard 16-foot height limit and the drop in the elevation, I mean, he's been around enough to know that's not an issue. He just asked, please plant trees that don't grow tall so that we don't have to fight about trimming, which we're happy to do. Joe and Allison, the owners, are incredibly nice and very concerned about the impact that they're having. They're very stressed over all of the back and forth that's happened on this and are looking to really do everything they can and have talked about considering some other options to locate the house. But considering if they spent the money to put the story poles up and get this design, we wanted you guys to see it, get the comments, and see where we stand, and then go forward from there. So,
okay,
thanks very much. I hope, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, questions from the board? Mr. Pujol.
No, I just wanted to see the sections a little bit again. Yeah. Right, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, the question I have is here about the style. It has a formality, Spanish, almost Italian, which is not what Summerland usually has. So I kind of was wondering if there was any interest trying to meld more with the Summerland vibe, so to speak.
There has not been that interest at this point. I mean, we cross from the urban line to the rural line, and all those requirements are dropped. And there are quite a few Spanish things you see up the hill. So there is some precedent for it, but it's one of those things, what the owners really prefer. We'd like to do it.
Okay. Anyone else have questions?
Does the Summerlin board review this?
Yes, we've already, they came, it's pretty informal these days, but they came to the neighborhood meeting and they sent a letter with comments afterwards.
There were a couple of comments in the letter stating that there was discussion about moving the house further down to the north and over to the west, and that this didn't represent what those discussions has entailed. Is there a plan to make any movement on the house location?
There's a plan to investigate it, yes. Like there were some comments made about that, and then when we started to look into it, it's like, well, this hill is brutal. And we're talking about having to separate the garage from the house, which I think the owners may be willing to do against my advice, actually. But like I said, we realized, well, the board's got to see these story poles, and the neighbors really want those story poles taken down. So the fastest way to get to you is to submit what we've got, let you see it, take the poles down, and then kind of go from there.
Okay, yeah, it's a good question. Does everybody have a chance to see the story polls?
Yeah.
Yeah, John,
I can,
most?
Yeah.
About half and half, okay.
There's some good pictures in there of them on those sheets, and we also submitted a separate page that showed pictures from the neighbor directly above. Yeah, those there. So you can see the story poles from that house, and it gives you a good idea of the height of them. When you look at our pictures from down below, because you're below it, it makes it look a little taller than it is, which is why I did those site sections to make so it was clear.
And then they're on the landscape plan, they're showing fencing around the north side. Is that?
The owners were interested in having a fenced area on the north side, just to have some sort of delineation between what should be maintained in a weekly sense and what's going to, as to what's outside of it, which will be more the native planting. So just to have a demarcation of the area of maintenance.
And what kind of fence are you?
We were considering just doing chain link, which is why I've included the picture up on the upper right there. That's a ligustrum hedge on a chain link fence. So it's, you get it to where it's groomed in a way that you don't see the fencing. So it would just be a green wall.
Okay, and then the plan for planting on the south side to screen,
I've got the ligustrum up there as well,
where is that?
showing. So it's the hedge, it's kind of guys, and on the lower left, there's the olive tree as you start in, and then the hedge comes from that, goes extends all the way over to where the site wall is on the, just above.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see it now.
And then we
Did a lot.
tree.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, public comment. We have, everyone will be given 2 minutes. And again, as a reminder, if you weren't here earlier, we're an aesthetic board. So questions about, construction noise and those sorts of things are not really our purview. We're looking at mass, bulk, and scale, neighborhood compatibility, and aesthetics, materials, landscape, etc. And so everyone who wants to speak will be given 2 minutes. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a form that's located in the back of the room and submit it to David. And so far I have 3 speaker slips and 2 minutes each and 1 hand up. So we'll start with Beverly Decker. 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Well, can I have the pointers before I get my 2 minutes started? And I'd like to go back to that first drawing that has the neighborhood houses where the border is, because it's completely inaccurate. Down to where it shows where the neighbor houses are. Okay. How does this work?
There you go.
Is it going? No. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, for example, this is the border right here, this black line. Okay, this house here, this house is way back there. It doesn't go way down to here. Sorry, my shaking. These houses are right on the border. This is my house, 2470. It's way down here. It touches this right here. This touches my border line. My house is right there, right down in here. It's not way back there. This makes it look completely unlike how it actually is. This needs to be redrawn, and those houses need to be like this house here, which on the corner of Temple, that's almost right exactly on the borderline. It's way down there. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to say was I made a public comment. I don't want to read it to you because you have it, and I'm sure you've read it. I just want to read one part of it, and I want to make sure it goes into the public record. We have been working on this since we first saw the story poles, and I appreciate them going up because it gave us notice that this was happening. We had the owners to our house to show them how this was going to impact us. And the owners wrote to me personally and told me, we appreciate your concerns about location of our house, and rest assured, we are currently working on our architect to shift the house further to the west and down the slope separating the garage from the house in order to do this so as to address and ameliorate the concerns that you and others have expressed at our meeting in June at my home. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, David, is there an aerial? I guess there's a photo mapper.
Where is it?
It's in the middle. Maybe we can zoom in.
I just want to see the houses that were just being discussed.
Yeah. If you can get tight closer.
Want me to show you where it is?
We got it.
I can show you. It's
Yeah.
right on the corner.
Can you get it a little bit bigger?
You see the two shops.
Yeah,
Where's
that looks
Wall
right.
Street? There.
Okay, thank you.
This is all.
That's all.
Okay, here's all of it. Okay, so here's the building envelope. It's big.
No, it's
No, no, no.
It's not the right parcel.
That's all right. We got it. We understand. So
Here.
we're moving on
Here,
to the next speaker.
this line. Okay, so that's the corner.
Yeah, okay, so Gary, is it Podler?
Hi, thank you. This first used to belong to us. We bought 16 acres, did a lot split, sold the western almost 6 acres, and we still live in our house on the 10 acres just to the east. But I didn't restrict it enough. We designated much of it to be sensitive habitat and a small building envelope and a small development envelope. And it was used to be a Temple Street address. Somewhere along the line, somebody changed it to an Olive Street address. And we only learned about it in this process. And with a specific note, the primary access would be at Olive Street. To Beverly's concerns, I'll note that the house is positioned squarely behind the only 2-story houses. I'm sorry, only 1-story houses on the street. The house labeled 2450 is almost never occupied, and it's 2 stories, and they couldn't see a 16-foot high house from anywhere in their house. Terry's made a lot. I don't understand why the 20% grade figure is so significant. We hear it a lot. I went and measured it, and it's 13% from the corner of the property line to a hypothetical 20-foot by 20-foot level pad on the western side of the house. So I don't know where the 20% came from, and I don't understand why that's such an insurmountable condition.
Okay, thank you. I see Alex Tuttle. Do you have something that you need to add? I see your hands up.
All right, that is accidental.
Okay. Okay, Jay Sullivan. 2 minutes when you're ready.
I wonder if I could have an extra minute because my wife was here. She got called away with a serious health issue with her mother. I live across the street, neighbors for 40 years. I have a strongly biased in their favor because I'm 4th generation builder in California since 1933. I'm the project manager for the Summerlin Elementary School. Built all over the area. Built my house 40 years ago, and I remember sitting right here with my knees shaking, hoping my plans would get through and I'd be able to build. My neighbors accommodated me, even though I had built a 2-story house between them and the ocean. We worked it all out. One neighbor on the other side with a 100-year-old house was actually built over on, not on my easement, built over onto my property. And so we worked it all out. But if you could show the picture of the story poles from Beverly's place. I went over there thinking, you know, these are my neighbors. I love them, but I'm going to have to be objective about this because I'm a builder. But I went into Beverly's house and she was weeping openly, looking at the story pole. If the house is too close to the back of their house, this isn't viewed as a 6-acre parcel. It is a 6-acre parcel. Moving it down to the north and over to the west makes all the difference in the world in the quality of their lifestyle. They've been living there 40 years, okay? This is an easy accommodation from my perspective as a builder. The discussions need to continue. with, between the architect and the owners. Last word, it needs to go north and west. A small drop, a small movement of the house away from their property makes a big difference in how they look out from her living room and see those story poles. Thank you.
Thank you. Didn't need the extra minute after all. All right, we have one more speaker, hand raised, Sean Decker. 2 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. I'll talk fairly quickly so that I don't exceed the 2 minutes. For the record, my name is Sean Decker. Thank you for your time considering my public comment. My mother, Beverly Decker's home, where I also grew up, is located at 2470 Whitney. My parents purchased this home over 30 years ago, largely because of the open space, privacy, and view behind the house. And over the years, they've really enjoyed that, and they've designed their home and backyard to take full advantage of it. The proposed residence as currently designed is located directly behind her home. The lot with the proposed residence is not like other lots in Summerlin. There have been no prior homes on the lot. And in fact, none of the homes on this side of Whitney have a house located behind theirs. This would be the only one. We have concerns of privacy, impacts to property value, and just the general quality of my mother's life living in the home. As currently designed, the story poles are visible as soon as you enter her home. They're actually visible from the front yard, as she has glass doors in the front and the back. So to be frank, looking at the story poles every day has been very high stress for my mother. The Summerlin residential design guidelines include the following: respect privacy, increase the visual distance between structures as much as possible. New development should give consideration to established views from existing structures on properties affected by the proposed development. And the guidelines list possible solutions for negative views. And finally, structures should be located to respect the character of adjacent structures. Following good neighbor practices, as you've already been described, my mother and neighbor arranged a meeting with Joe. They took a proactive approach to trying to work everything out amicably. For I fully support their right to develop this property and really hope they get a home that they truly love. The building envelope is large enough and the slope does not change much between the current location and further to the west and down slope. And if moved there, it would have a much lower impact and be much more harmonious with the existing neighborhood. And that it would be a scenario where the only two, as someone else, I believe Gary pointed out, the only two one-story homes on this street didn't have a house directly behind theirs. Thank you very much for your time.
Can you guys all hear that? Because it was kind of, you couldn't hear any of that.
I can't hear you at all.
You can't hear us?
I can't hear you all morning. I couldn't hear you.
That's how this room is. We can hear you like when you whisper, but nobody can hear us from up here for some reason. You guys couldn't hear any of that testimony? All right.
Okay, Phyllis Noble. 2 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, this is Phyllis Noble, and I'm on the Summerlin board. And our board has spent dozens and dozens of hours on this application. I had not planned on speaking. I just want to make two quick corrections that in regard to the owner's rep comments. And the first one is that the Summerlin board is quite active and we are highly engaged on all of the Summerlin applicants. So we're going to continue to encourage Tracy to keep us in the loop. And the other thing is that he had mentioned that this parcel doesn't apply to the guidelines, but the Summerlin residential guidelines actually have specific ridgeline guidelines to this rural residential zone parcel. So all we ask is just that the applicant please keep us engaged, because we're trying to work with the neighbors and the applicant so we can get something that's mutually agreeable.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, I noticed that we have someone on the telephone, maybe one of the film instructions.
Okay, there is, it seems like we have a telephone viewer, if you will. If you're wanting to speak on this item, please push *9 to raise your hand. It's the 360 area code number. Otherwise, we will move on? Okay, no hand there. If you change your mind, let me know. So back to the board now for comments. Who wants to start?
I can start considering that.
Any questions first?
The questions?
We did questions,
Yeah.
but if you have, now's the time. You have questions?
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
comments.
can we show that picture from one of the letters, have the picture of the story poles? Because I did go to see that, I believe it's the same house I saw. I went to I talked to somebody, maybe it was the person who spoke on the hearing a few minutes ago. They wanted to see see the story pole from different angles. And
You guys can come up a little bit if that helps.
We're all old.
Forgive us.
yeah.
You know which one it was?
I don't know. Which one has the?
Well, it was in the plan set. It was the view from the
No, the
neighbors.
story poles.
This plan set.
The view from the neighbors
Right.
have the story pole.
It's in the plan
That's
set.
it. That's
There you
it.
Yeah.
Can you go the first one?
You zoom in on that, please. Sure.
A little bit larger there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is what I saw, and then the other one, the one below, the other one is getting closer to it. And then I saw it from the side, and I was a surprise, especially seeing coming from Olive, how low the story poles were, because usually when we see story poles, they are 20 feet, 25 feet up in the air, and these are maybe I don't know 8 feet. Obviously, this they are cutting down a lot. I know the person I talked to was not happy, with the development, but I just from my perspective is I can see that you're going to see something happening, but the main elements of the view remain there. I mean, it's not that we're going to block the landscaping with the natural view of the mountains. That's what I saw. It seemed like a reasonable envelope. That's just from somebody coming from another part of town, driving here, looking at the neighborhood. We've seen we've done a lot of site visits on Summerman as well. It doesn't seem unrealistic. Can it be improved? I'm sure it can be improved. But that's my take on the site, on the story pole visit.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Wait for your
Yeah,
comments.
I was more interested in the question about the style of the house. That it seems like but that's why I asked the question about. You can go to the elevations, I guess. But I don't think this is what the neighbors want to see. But I think what the neighbors want to hear is what we think of the story poles, right? So,
David, do you have access to your email from here? Or I took photos of the story poles.
If you email them to me, I can put them in the box.
Okay, I just
Can you go down to the photo sheets on this plan set?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the applicant.
Hold on.
Oh, there's a, here, zoom in by it. Yeah, zoom in there a little bit. So there's pictures. You can see the story poles. If you get in, you can see them from the side and from some different, and there's a couple from across on Greenwell, right there on the lower right. You got to get in close to be able to see the poles.
Zoom in more, please.
in one of those, yeah.
10 and 11.
That's from
Really?
north, and then those two, yeah.
Get that one right there, for instance. Yeah.
Okay. So a question from Mr. Bloomer.
This is for the applicant. Based on the constraints of the existing site, I'm looking at, you have a building envelope that's been designated. Line of building envelope. What's your opinion? Technically, how far this project can move to the northeast or northwest, that is? Like technically, I mean, how far could it go without exceeding the existing site constraints, the legal?
Keep the existing design. Like I said, I'm not sure the driveway is going to work as it is. Now, one of the ideas that came from Richard on some.
No, hold on. So the proposed residence, right? So can we go to the, I just want to be more specific about what I'm asking. Go to the site plan photo. I can ask this a different way, maybe be quicker answer. Okay, there we are. So if I'm understanding this correctly, that's the boundary, the northern boundary that you can not build outside of this, right?
Yes.
What's the distance from the center of this elevation to that boundary approximately within 5 feet, give or take?
I'm gonna say 50 feet, 45 feet. Maybe?
Okay, so 45 feet. So can we go back to the picture Alex was looking at, please? And this is kind of a question for the board and for Alex. Just assuming all negotiations end up with equal parties unhappy, you take 40, say 40 feet, 45 feet and cut it in half to go 25 feet.
20, half of 40.
45, I said.
Oh.
Can you go to that picture we were looking at before, David? Sorry.
To the windows.
One that with the window.
Oh, so that one.
But it's just, I'm just using 25 feet as a rough average. It's kind of to your point, Alex. Yeah. So Alex, I'm kind of relying on your experience being out there and looking at this. If the house moved 25 feet away from this residence, what would be the net effect on this neighbor based on the current analysis?
Yeah,
Would it be
but I don't know
significant?
if it moves farther north, if it goes down the hill or not,
does.
because it probably does.
Yeah.
So we probably will go down, so it's hard to, you know.
So based on the slope, and now it goes down maybe 5 feet, right? And 20 feet.
So that line will be, I don't know,
No, it won't go down that much.
Down maybe, well,
it will be somewhere where the second line will go to the.
can you go to the next slide? So best case scenario, my expert analysis is like, it goes from here
Yeah, to
to
there.
here,
Maybe where from one line to the other, yeah.
right? And if I understand the argument correctly, it's like, yeah, you can do that. You get a minor improvement to this and you have a major grading project that ensues and a lot of disruption and more driveway, more development, foundational kind of things that go into the project. Is that the argument that you're making?
No, the argument you make is that the driveway won't work.
Well, you say the current driveway doesn't work either, which is kind of like, I don't know why we're here if it doesn't work. I mean,
That's
when
your
you're looking at it, it doesn't work.
That's your garage.
I didn't say it doesn't work. I said, I'm not sure. It's at 20%, fire has approved it, but we have to get civil to get into it and make sure everything.
Oh, I know, and I think that threshold needs to get passed before we can discuss it, but I'm trying to just, I was listening to your opening remarks, and you were making the point that you felt like you'd cited this in the most positive way possible, given all the parameters, and I'm just want to make sure I'm entering in the argument properly, that if the neighbors want you to move northwest or north, the proximity issue is obviously improved for them, but their visual view changes very little. It's incremental, right? Because just that's how this works, and I'm pretty confident in that.
Their position isn't.
Oh, wait, you're not talking right now. You're out of order.
You can see there how much it changed if you.
Right, but what moving down slope, the only appreciable increase in development I see is the amount of driveway extends. The slope, it doesn't change dramatically, so I don't know that there'd be more grading. I mean, you're not on a bench or anything. You have to grade to do this.
I didn't say anything about grade.
I didn't say you did. I'm just thinking out loud, trying to get my head around it. I'm trying to understand whether or not it's worthwhile to move your house, you know, and I don't know the answer yet. So
Can I ask an intermediate question? Doing that, have you explored putting the garage on the side that you would access from Olive and the guest parking from the other side? Only because the guest parking doesn't have to enter a structure, so you could deal with some elevation change and not have to get down to the finished floor of the garage.
I don't want to bring a guest down to 20% driveway when they can come in a beautiful place. It's a long contour. I don't understand. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think this is impacting things enough to require a real serious compromise to get what these people are wanting to do.
Well, I was looking at, could you pivot at the southwest corner of the garage and rotate counterclockwise? So you get a little bit more space away from
property line.
Hillfall.
Yeah, maybe that's the kind of stuff we're starting to look at. And I think one of the neighbors had a good comment that, it's a nice view up the valley and we're not oriented quite towards it. So
So there's still a little bit of massaging that you're looking at.
again, the problem is that to move it down the hill, you're going to separate the garage from the house. That's a big ask.
Yeah, and the reason I see the reason that you really don't want to do that, you said you recommended against that for the client. What's the reasoning? Just because stepping down from the garage to?
It's a good idea to separate your garage from your house when you're in your 60s and you're heading to a situation where you're going to be walking outside and downstairs and all that stuff with your final house you're doing. But they're okay with it. So I just made that comment, but to let you know where they're at, what they're willing to do.
Okay.
I have one follow-up question for the applicant, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Have there been any specific requests from the neighbors in terms of how many feet they want you to move the house away from theirs northward? Has there been any specific numbers thrown out? Like, has anybody offered any compromise?
Such as?
But I remember, I know they want it down and over to the west as much as possible, but no actual specific numbers that I remember. Is
down to well, if it goes west, I'm not talking west because then that's another neighborhood that's being. So I'm gonna try one approach. If it moves away from the houses towards the north, a little bit west, but mostly north. Has there been any specific quantifiable number that's been discussed?
as much as possible.
It's not a number.
So nobody's communicated to you anything empirical. It's just been more and more and more. And
Not that I remember. I wouldn't swear to it. I don't remember.
Okay, so we're in comments. And I think Alex started us off. Did you finalize your comments?
Yes, and just to summarize, I think the proposal is reasonable. It's not unreasonable. It's not the outrageous. It's not an extremely large house. It does not impose on the neighbors significantly. That's my
Okay. By the way, these are the photos that I took. There's two, I think. That's more of a close-up. When I pulled in through Olive Street and to look out, and I actually, not that it's my turn to comment, but I had a similar reaction. It looked like, oh, it's low enough that they can see right over it, and so, but we'll get to those comments a little bit more later. So, Mr. Verdiak, comments.
Oh, I have nothing to add. It seems that, the architecture is fine. It's not a problem. We're hearing a lot of objections from neighbors. That's a concern.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
I think it sounds like you've gotten enough feedback on studying the orientation of the house, so I'll stick to the landscape. And I think generally the conceptual landscape looks acceptable with the plant palette, but I would restudy having a hedged fence line as a formal border to the kind of maintained yard. I think I had the same thought when I saw it, that it seems tucked into the hillside when I saw the story poles, but it is kind of the first house in that row or on that slope. And so I think having the landscape naturalize it more gradually would really help knit into that hill better than a formal line, formal border. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
I didn't visit the story pole, so it's tough for me to comment on that. Aside from what I can see in the photographs and the significant impact, and I kind of agree with Josh's understanding that moving this house further away is only going to give you a marginal improvement on reducing the visibility of it. So it sounds like there might be some ability to massage some of the architecture in that direction to appease the neighbors. So I think anything to do that's going to help everybody out here. As far as the landscape layout, I think the main patio that's on the downhill side of the house could potentially use a little study on how it's gonna be used with furniture or not, but obviously that's incumbent at subsequent point of after you resolve where the house is gonna be laid out. I like the architecture, and I think it's just kind of massage it into the site to make everybody happy here, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I add a comment?
Sure.
It's regarding to the architecture, not necessarily the view. There is a certain formality in the house that I think it would be, the house would benefit with a little bit less of that. I mean, like, it's not downtown, it's not in the, it's a little bit imposing, I can see it more with the landscape as well, the axis of symmetry and the organization. It's a little bit more country-like, like Italian villas, that they're not, things are not exactly straight, a little bit off. I think, not one tree on each side, they a little bit loosen the symmetry. My opinion, the design will improve.
I think that's a good point. Mr. Bloomer?
Can you go back to that photo mapper picture, please? So can you zoom out on it? I don't know if this is a question for Alex Tuttle, our planner on the line here, but what I'm reading here is 1, 2, 3, 4 parcels. Is my reading of that correct? I know that we're talking about a project sitting within a parcel that's been granted a development area by the county, or was this subdivided?
Yeah, subdivided. It was owned by where the cursor is, this gentleman. Subdivided the 16 acres. So he has the 10 on the right, and then 6 is what we're looking at, right?
So am I correct in assuming that there's opportunities for other construction projects to arise along this boundary?
No.
I don't know the legal status of those parcels, and sometimes the APNs don't necessarily equate to legal lot boundaries. So I can't really answer that.
Is the door open for other developments to occur along this boundary of this neighborhood on this open space for any other projects?
Yes, most likely.
Okay, so based on that, kind of where my comment and concern goes to setting precedent here. Like if this project goes in, then the next one potentially benefit or don't benefit from how it's cited. So I think the current status quo is that's open space, and it really needs to be kind of viewed through that lens a bit. I'm not against the development, but I understand the argument that if you lower the house down and grade it, you create kind of an unusual grading condition. But I think if you move the house 5 or 6 feet and open up another retaining wall, you could drop it down without having to move the house further down the hill. Like I'm looking at, I don't know if I'm looking at this correctly. You can tell the applicant can correct me if I'm wrong, but and again, I don't know if this makes any significant. I can't tell from the neighbors' experience of this, the proximity or the visual problem of it, right? I think we could fix the visual problem of it easily by introducing a secondary retaining wall of about 5 or 6 feet, that it can take us down a few more feet, which will lower the house view-wise, but the proximity issue won't change much. And the overall effect of that will be modest, but it's a step in the right direction for that concern. So I guess my comment is find some amicable, I don't think anybody's going to be happy here, but some gesture to move the house. I'm not going to condition it with a number, but some feet to the north, or finding a way to lower it through grading strategies, or both, I think would be an appropriate thing to ask the applicant to study and show us how it works and find a solution in that. I don't think that the visual aspect of this thing is going to get ameliorated by any of this, but I think the proximity issue could be addressed, and I don't know. I mean, you're probably gonna, but it right now, the way it's cited, it's right up to the edge. And it's not, it could come out, it could come north a bit. It just could. So I don't usually do this, but I think you should make an effort to move north a bit. I don't know how much. It's not really for me to say, I think.
Okay.
Chris, I did want to mention one thing, and this was brought up, but there are the design guidelines for Summerlin, and there is a specific section in those design guidelines for the rural areas of Summerlin with which this parcel would be subject to. I don't know how accurate those renderings are, but the house looks pretty white, which would generally be inconsistent with those guidelines. So I know we're still early on in the process, but just wanted to bring your attention to that.
Okay, thank you. I see the applicant writing. So, all right, I see hands going up over there. So if you guys can give us a representative, give us a 1 minute sort of rebuttal after I make my comments, we'll give you a chance to pitch in here in a minute again. But I don't, spokesman. I don't have too much to add. Like I said, when seeing it on site, it did not seem that imposing. I don't, and I think that what we need to do is get some preliminary civil work done to see what happens with the driveway and the garage. And if it comes down to breaking the garage from the house, it's not uncommon. And, it could be, even if it's only 2 more feet to bring the house down, maybe there's a ramp instead. It doesn't have to be steps necessarily. Looks like you have a lot of room to play with. So something to consider there. Also, all the factors here. So everybody wants to push it a little bit north if possible. Rotating it again is another possibility. So I think just getting a better handle on the civil aspect and the grading and drainage. And I think a further developed landscape plan, especially on the north side. And I'm not sure a ligustrum hedge just straight along there is the best. Maybe a mix would be probably better. More native species, because their view is out to sort of avocados and such, but beyond, that's where it's
not getting
too high, right? Yeah. Oh, I had a question. Yeah, thank you for bringing this back up. What is the height of the retaining wall currently at the garage? Like here and then here?
Yeah, 6 to 8 feet.
6 to 8. Okay, so probably starting at 0-ish and then getting up to 8 at the garage or so. Okay. And did you consider like terracing that back? So a couple 4-footers instead, but you're also talking about lowering it more in order to do that. So I think
All it does is give you a slightly more steep driveway.
Right.
Yeah, and a little bit more
So,
grading.
so I guess then I agree with Josh in that consider terracing these walls to break up the large expanse of an 8-foot, what an 8-foot wall would look like. And then I think also, maybe deformalizing the backyard kind of makes more sense and responding more to the site. I think is a good move also. What about, what does that say? This retaining wall here? And that one? And yeah, there's a quantity shown there. I don't know, I can't read it.
Yeah, they're not that tall.
Okay. We could zoom in on that. 3.5. Okay.
On the high.
30-inch. Yeah, and then of course, if you go over 30, you're gonna need a
Go back to
railing.
the architectural site plan, there's numbers on them.
Okay.
They're
Says 8 foot.
3-4 feet.
Okay. So then you're probably, if it's over 30 inches, right, you're gonna either have to put another wall out here and terrace that down to avoid the handrail, or put up a railing, which you're not gonna want to do. So yeah, I think you're, again, the preliminary stages and you understand all the constraints and time to take the next step. But I think the board generally feels fairly good about this. And so we'll see what you come back with next time. And so did you all have about a minute?
I just have a question.
Okay.
In my public comments I discussed about the problems with facing this north because of the views are not the best. The winds are terrible. There's no sunshine coming into the house. And the view up the canyon, Romero Canyon, is breathtaking.
East.
The view east where the sun rises, it's amazing. But across the way, you're looking at a hillside that is for sale, and they'll build 5-acre ranchettes on the knoll of that hill. And it just, for the Zablewskis, I would, if I had my choice, I would turn my house to do that. It's just going to be a lost opportunity.
How would that improve the concerns that the neighborhood has by turning the house?
I think I don't know if it'll bother to turn the house. If it turns and points more towards my house and away from Beverly's, that's fine. I like the house, but I'm not so concerned about the height of it. I'm worried about the Zablewski not taking advantage of an opportunity that they have.
Right. I make one last comment.
Just a brief comment.
Just that the applicant made a good point at the beginning of the meeting that this is multi-million-dollar development, right? And if this application were to fail and somebody else came in, this could come up again. And that kind of money brings a lot of development usually. So I'm just, you guys have each other on each other's radars. You have a good community discussion going. The more you guys can resolve this together and come back amicably, the better. And you will all be, and you may preserve in perpetuity this condition, and it could be the best of deal you'll ever get to make, because who knows who's coming next.
Yeah, rather than shutting it down and having somebody come back with a 3-story or
Yeah,
a 2-story.
I'm just saying that from a lot of experience, having seen some pretty obnoxious proposals, and I think you've heard from our board, this doesn't register on our radar as obnoxious, and it could get there, and we don't want it. So please do your work together as a neighborhood and use the applicant's goodwill if there is any, and have your conversations and work it out. Otherwise, we have to make a decision for you, and that's too bad.
Okay, let's move on. So here for conceptual, return further conceptual. Prelim or no? Ready? Conceptual / prelim for next time. We can always, if you got it, then we can get it.
Sounds great.
All right. Thank you all.
Thanks for everybody coming.
Guys, a summary of our concerns.
All right. Okay, item number 8, T-Mobile at Sheffield Drive off ramp.
You guys want to stick around for the cell phone side? Something better to do? Come on.
You've been here for 5 hours? Come on.
Waiting all day for you.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Jeez, all right. I guess it's just us now.
All right.
Have a
Do
good weekend.
do we have an applicant for this?
Hi, Rachel's on for the applicant.
Okay, hi. So request, this is T-Mobile at Sheffield, request of T-Mobile West LLC for conceptual review of the replacement of an existing operational commercial telecommunications facility at the same location, including 6-panel antennas in 3 sectors and associated devices at 46 feet 1 inch and 50 feet completely concealed within a radome cylinder placed on a new 50-foot single pole structure remotely connected underground to the existing underground equipment vault behind an existing fenced location. All set within an existing state maintained tree grove setting at the inland side of the northbound off-ramp from 101 to Sheffield and south of Ortega Hill. Last heard in October of the last meeting. Oh, continued from, right, because we didn't hear it. All right, so applicant, again, please state your name for the record, and then you have 7 minutes to present the project.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Davidson. I'm with Jacobs, and we're a company that represents T-Mobile for this proposal. This used to be a Sprint site, and when Sprint and T-Mobile merged, the idea is to put T-Mobile antennas where the Sprint site used to be. So for this proposal, they weren't able to utilize the existing pole. So the idea is to replace the existing 50-foot light pole with a proposed 50-foot light pole. So you can see there on the A1 sheet where the existing one is, it's just 5 feet over for the new proposed one. And as you can see, this is visible from the freeway. It's right off the off ramp. As you're driving down, you can see it right there. And then if you could go down to the next page, this one shows how the existing layout with the Sprint cabinets. The idea is to just remove the 2 Sprint cabinets and replace them with 2 T-Mobile cabinets. Down a little bit more for those. Yeah, those are the new ones, the ones that are highlighted. And it's all within the existing lease area. And then down a little bit more on the left, you can see the existing pole with the antennas. And on the right, you can see the new proposed antenna with different rads for the radios and the antennas. This is an increase in the radome that's proposed. The height will be remaining the same though. You can see in the next elevation pages that shows that the existing's at 50 and the proposed will remain at 50, but it is a little bit beefed up at the top there, and it will be enclosed in a radome with FRP material. Trying to keep a similar look as possible, but needing larger equipment to be placed in that tower for T-Mobile's equipment. So that is the general proposal. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
You have some photos, I think, also. Yeah. So this, can you go up? That shows almost shows the existing.
Yeah, I think it's cut off a bit, unfortunately, at the top, because the top part is where the radome is. You can kind of see it there.
Can't scroll up anymore. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, I think it got cut off
Let's run through
on
these.
accident.
Existing conditions, right? All these photos are existing, no photo sims or anything.
I did not have photo sims for this hearing, no. And the other ones were just general photos of the area. There's a lot of trees here. The only place that's visible is from the freeway. Unfortunately, this is from the back side of the freeway.
Okay. All right. Questions?
I have a question. What's the diameter of the antenna? Of the canister.
The cylinder, yeah.
The cylinder. What's the diameter of that? Is it like 3 feet, something like that?
It should be on, go up.
I mean, there's a plan, but I didn't see a dimension line. I don't see it anywhere.
You're right. I can revise that to show that proposed. I'm so sorry for that. I didn't realize it wasn't there.
Do you know what it is?
It looked between 3 and 4 feet somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, right?
Other questions from the board?
What's the diameter of the existing enclosure? That pole.
I don't know if you can hear that, John. Do you know the diameter of the existing pole or the thing at the top?
I don't know that.
You mean they're gonna
Compare.
replace this thing, but it's gonna be bigger.
Right.
Well, how big is it
Bigger.
that's there,
Yeah.
and how big is the thing they're proposing?
Right.
And
Well, we have
diameter?
heights. I don't think we have diameters right now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll leave that for next time, clearly. Other questions?
You actually do have a dimension called out. I just realized if you can tell me if this is correct. It says 54 inches OD radon. Does that mean 54 outer diameter of the cylinder casing? 54 inches.
That does seem right. Where are you seeing that? What page?
Zoom in right where you are, David.
D5
Below, I think.
on the right side, the second call out down. Oh,
Yeah.
I might be able to go to D5.
Geez, what numbers are?
There's just one detail on.
Yeah.
D5. It's closer to the bottom, maybe the second to last sheet.
There you go.
Yeah, right here. Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Right. But I don't have the existing one,
Oh, okay.
but that is for the proposed.
Okay, any other questions?
What color is it?
The existing one is painted to match like a green color for the foliage. So we would utilize that same condition of approval and paint it to match.
All right. And what's the dimension of the proposed pole and the existing pole? Do you know the diameter? Is it like an 8-inch or something like that? Maybe more.
Don't know. It was John asked.
Oh, the dimension of the pole itself?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
think, did you have the pole dimension? I think the question from John was, what's
For
the
the
existing?
existing one, I don't know.
Okay, but it looks like it's probably, yeah, either 8 or 10, I would think.
Yeah, it looks like it tapers actually.
Okay.
Okay.
No other questions? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? There is no one here. Comments from the board? I'll start. I think it's huge.
Yeah.
So especially that it's visible from the freeway and just coming into Montecito. I mean, I don't know. I mean, 50, we were talking about, oh, sorry, time up. We thought it was 3 feet in diameter. And before we found that 54-inch, and that was, 15 feet by 3 feet is enormous. And but 54 inches by 15 feet, I don't see that happening.
Maybe that should be.
Okay, I can take this back and verify those dimensions and see if they have anything slimmer, but this is a 1 antenna design per sector solution that they have, so it will be.
Do you have some sense of why this is necessary? I mean, obviously it's to improve stuff.
Well, they aren't utilizing Sprint antennas. They have their own T-Mobile antennas, and this is pretty standard for their antennas.
The combination of T-Mobile and Sprint working together. Okay.
So.
All right.
So I guess it makes the comment that I think photo sims would be useful from a view from the freeway.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and to verify the dimensions of the existing
Yeah.
grade and pole, just so we can get a sense.
And confirm that 54-inch outer diameter is the minimum.
Okay. Get those dimensions added to these drawings and include photo sims for the next round.
The problem is that if it's only 36, still be problematic.
Right.
I mean, this thing is really, really large. So if you have another arrangement, way to do this.
Yeah. Is there another option or location that may work?
We could discuss with Caltrans, other design options for some other sites utilized our faux tree designs. Is that something that the board would support here if we can't get it smaller?
Probably not in this location. I don't think, being where it is. I don't. What does the board feel about, the artificial tree antenna look here
Boo.
instead?
Yeah.
That's just one board member though.
Well, there was other
This one agrees.
silent boos on the
Yeah.
left side.
Well,
So anyway, I mean,
we don't have a sense of what it
Why
looks
can't,
like. That's
can't we
the
have
problem.
can't they hire an artist to paint something pretty on it? Like
like a sunset,
like a,
dolphins. What are you
yeah.
talking about?
like,
You can paint whatever you want on it. Either try to hide them more, but whatever the preference is, they can get an artist out there and do it. They've done it for other sites too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think that's a bad
Look at
idea.
the Coca-Cola
Water
sign.
I mean, it's by a freeway off ramp too, guys. I don't know
We
what
could harken,
what do you guys.
I
think?
think the photo sim from the most prominent freeway view will be telling for us whether it actually.
yeah, and I
is.
think that would encourage the board members, as I'm sure everybody will drive by between now and the next time this comes back, just to look at the existing pole and visualize what a 54-inch diameter.
You should
by
paint it
15.
with a sign that says Alex Peugeot welcomes you to Summerlin and love signs.
All right, anyway, sorry we're a little punchy here, but let's bring it back.
But so the options for
So-
disguising it have been discussed, right? So like it's either a tree or a vegetated product, or you do something
I
that's
think painting, we should explore that as an option, once we know where it looks.
but other proposals have been like windmills and derricks and wooden
think
structures. I mean,
rockets.
no, I mean, what would, just to take that seriously, like if there's an architectural means to do this, not like a fake tree, but an actual real architectural.
What option? normal.
Well, let's put it on their plate and
Well,
say,
what if it-
we would,
If it looked like, what I was gonna say, agricultural, I mean, what's the right, that's what I'm trying to say, is what's the right direction? If you're gonna tell them to explore that, what thematically would be?
I think that's up to
appropriate?
them. So it sounds like the board is
So it'd be
open to
regionally
other,
specific.
other sort of making this more of an architectural
Statement.
element.
What the time would be like a church steeple or something.
Well, I'm just saying, if it was clad in wood instead of clad in metal, it'd be better. I mean, it's.
Yeah, or if it had some sort of trellising around, like it was, I mean, it's the size of a water tank, right? So if it
Yeah,
had.
like a really
some sort of
skinny, tall water tank.
Yeah. So anyway, stop. All right.
What's wrong with that?
So
I
I
mean,
think
it's
the board
better.
is encouraging you to be creative.
Luck.
What would be the maximum width that the board would want to see if we were to keep a similar design as what we're proposing currently? 3 feet is I heard that number thrown out. Is that?
That was 3 feet was even too much. So, I mean,
I think we need to see the photos, Sam.
yeah, we need to see photo sim of the minimum you can do. I mean, it's not just that the width, it's also 15 feet tall. And the current one looks to be about, what, 18 inches by 3 or 4, if that.
I have another question.
This is on
Did we approve the existing one that's being demolished? Or
I don't know.
Yeah, is this basically, this is replacing from the road winding, right?
did that one go through design?
No, I think it's an upgrade on to the
So
system.
is that right here, Chris? Is this where we're at?
We're at the Sheffield off ramp, northbound.
Where is that? That's
Where
before,
the bike path starts there on Ortega Hill, it's right there on the right bike path.
right here, right?
It's where that little road snakes up to the back of, to Ortega Ridge.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. This,
So,
that's
so anyway,
that
I
one?
think in order to keep moving ahead here,
This one.
photo sim, better dimensions, explore other options for out, as an architectural element, and minimize
there.
to the maximum extent feasible.
I think
That's
that's.
San
And come back for further
Is that San
conceptual.
Ysidro?
Yes, it's an actual.
Sheffield.
I have a suggestion too, that I've never recognized or seen this pole that is existing there, and I think it might be because it's kind of hidden in trees, so maybe show the existing trees are here if you're trying to make a case that the thing is somewhat hidden, and
David, can you go back to the site plan?
you could show the trees in elevation and on the plan, because in the photograph, it took me a minute to figure out. I've probably ridden past this thing hundreds of times on my bike. I've never once seen it from
Yeah,
Ortega.
It's
Or
right behind a light pole, so it kind of like, you probably see the light pole is just a fixture on the side of the freeway. Maybe you don't see the painted green one right behind it.
I mean, it almost seems like the trees around it just kind of blends right into that. So anyhow, I think that might kind of bolster your case a little, but I think the board's picking up that the 5 foot wide piece on the top is kind of crazy.
Okay,
We just need to see it better. Yeah.
understood.
Also, if is there a possibility of planting more trees too, so that this would be screened for a longer period of time? Because I believe, and also identify what type of trees are around it. I think it's eucalyptus. Yeah, it's like a eucalyptus grove there. So the question would be, would additional trees obstruct the signal to a
But that's
point?
the pole right
that
there.
would-
Okay, this is it right here, right?
Yeah.
Is
Yes,
this it? Yeah. So,
that's it.
so it's right off the freeway. It's right in front of another light. So there it is. That's what it looks like.
Is the
One
solar
with a
to
photo
remain
stick.
on the pole? The 2 solar panels that are on it? I don't know if that's it.
That's the Sheffield exit, and this is that pole.
Can we go
I
back?
can see what you're looking at, but I can verify.
Hold on. See this right here, guys? Come on, stupid thing. Right here is the electrical pole that's lighting it. That's this.
No,
Yeah.
no,
says
it's
it.
not.
What does it say?
You're on Ortega Hill. It's
Electrical.
down is the freeway on this page.
Okay, then there it is right there.
That's
That's the pole?
existing meter pedestal.
Okay.
I don't know. We're gonna get photo sims. We'll have the question
But I mean,
answered.
this is very
We're
realistic.
stalling or pausing again here.
Oh, boy.
Okay, let's move on.
So I think we're pretty clear on what we need to see next time. So thank you.
Guys,
Thank
I
you.
just, you put a eucalyptus in there and these eucalyptus go away, you're gonna have a really weird eucalyptus tree in there forever. That could be a problem. like
and
what happened.
I don't think any of us are voting for the tree.
What happened at that. one
Yeah.
project.
All right, item number 9.
Nobody wants a tree. I
Excuse
do.
me, HTH Sandpoint LLC remodel, request of Britt Jewett, architect for HTH Sandpoint LLC for preliminary and final approval for a conversion of 110 square feet of interior space
Did you catch that?
to cover
One
deck.
board member wants a tree. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, nobody
Should be
wants a
getting a-
tree.
Nobody wants a tree.
John's putting in-
I won.
Okay, we got one tree vote. Sorry, we're sorry, Britt. So for a conversion of 110 square feet of interior space to cover deck, addition of 11 square feet to existing uncovered deck, construction of 7 square foot balcony, 2,300 square foot interior remodel, partial demolition of 128 square feet of habitable space, includes replacement of plumbing, electrical, siding, doors, windows, and roof. Located at 821 Sandpoint Road. And last heard January 21st of this year. We have the applicant here. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. We have Brian Banks here, agent for the owners, and we also have Misa Contreras from Britt Jewett's office.
Okay. So whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we'll take you through quickly. So your board saw this, as you saw, as you said, back in January. In that time, we've gone through, we're a beachfront lot. So, we have the Coastal Commission appeal and CDP hearing process. We've done that. We've got our CDP approved. And so we're back to you for hopefully preliminary and final here. We really haven't changed anything. There's some minor interior layouts that have changed since your board has last seen it. So we can take you through kind of just real quick and orient for maybe those board members that didn't see it the first time. So if we go to the next sheet here, you'll see the site plan, ocean being on the right. The footprint of the house stays as is. We have constraints related to, FEMA and the marsh setback and, Coastal Commission, sea level rise, all of those things. So the effort here was to stay within our envelope and to keep it as a light, interior remodel and then, kind of an exterior transformation. So this is all the same as your board saw last time. No changes here. If you'd like, we can go on. I'm not sure how much interest there is in the floor plan. I know you guys will want to see the roof plan, so that'll be on page 7 of the PDF.
It's really whatever's changed, and I failed to read the comments from last time. When I'll do that, just
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, or if you want to do that, we can.
So it's the 3 comments. Just says well conceived and executed project. B, consider copper roof, and C, lighting to comply with county standards. So it seems that we're on board with what you're doing here. If you can just address
Yep.
those.
So I'll let Misa comment on B, consider copper roof.
Oh, hi, everybody. My name is Misael Contreras. Thank you for having us. So we did study the copper roof with the owners, and both Britt and the owners prefer a more unified look. So we decided to go with the slate roof, which you'll see on our page 15. Oh, sorry, page 9 of the plan set.
Okay, and are there other changes that have been made since the last time we saw this?
No, it's pretty much what it is. We did make sure that we had your dark sky standard there on the DLG fixture. If you zoom in, actually the Monterey fixture that from DLG comes as a dark sky compliant fixture. There's a little hood in there you'll see kind of that hides the LED. So it is a dark sky compliant fixture as it comes from DLG.
Okay, very good.
And then we do have the material board. If you type, your board took a look at that before, but there we go. So China white's not really white. I don't know why they call it white. It's more of a cream. I think you're all familiar with that. And then kind of, that monochromatic look for windows and doors and the steel railings, etc. And then you've got your slate roof material up in the upper left. And then we're doing zinc on the gutters and downspouts.
Okay, questions from the board? Okay, comments from the board? Oh, we do have somebody in the audience. Anyone want to speak on this item? No. Okay. No comments? Somebody want to make a motion? We're here for prelim final.
I make a motion for preliminary and final as submitted.
Okay, second by Kaylee. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Moving on to our final item of the day, and hopefully the most fun item.
And are you here to speak or?
Okay, this is the VWV LLC Creekside Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation, request of Jay Higgins, agent for the owner, VWV LLC, for preliminary approval of a 172,660 square foot mixed light cannabis cultivation in 2 existing permitted greenhouses and 17,300 square foot of processing buildings, ag accessory structures as built. The proposed accessory structures include one 105,000 gallon buffer water tank and one new 25,000 gallon water tank. The as-built ag accessory structures to be validated as part of this permit are described in full in the complete project description. The 2 existing greenhouses would be raised from 15 foot 1 inch and 17 foot 5 inch in height respectively to 22 feet in height for improved circulation. Project also includes demolition of 38,990 square feet of greenhouses and 4,100 square feet of ag accessory structures and 54,500 square feet of native landscaping restoration will be planted on site. Served by an existing water well and no tree or vegetation removal. It's a 9-acre parcel located at 3508 Villa Real. Last heard October 16th of 2020. And we have an applicant here to represent this project.
Jay Higgins and Whitney Colley.
Hi, Jay.
And the project was approved by the planning commission, and then we were appealed to the board. It was then approved by the board of supervisors, and that's why it took a little time to get back to you all. I guess primarily we're talking about landscape, so I'll turn it over to Whitney to explain what was done.
Let me read our comments from last time first, and then we'll come back.
Yeah,
to you.
sorry, go ahead. Yep.
So S-bar comments, after viewing story polls, board is mixed 3-2 in support on whether the additional height is appropriate. B, look to add screening trees along the south side to reduce visual impact of the added height of the western greenhouse, minimum 22 feet in height. Incorporate taller species trees closer to Villa Real. And lastly, minimum 48-inch box standard trunk for coast live oaks and Monterey cypress. So, whenever you're ready, Whitney.
Okay, good afternoon. So as Jay mentioned, we went to the Planning Commission on this project in March and received a 5-0 approval, and then went to the Board of Supervisors in May and received 4-0 approval. Per comment 2, we added large 48-inch box size Catalina cherries in the southwest corner of the greenhouse there. From your comments from last time. For comment 3,
the landscape plans up.
Oh yeah, great. So second page. You can see those 5 trees were added there just south of the greenhouse corner to help block it from the Villa Real and the freeway.
Those are Catalina cherries and
They are
40. Oh, okay.
in a 48-inch box. And then we added those cherries in the corner. The live oaks were removed from the project and replaced with faster growing sycamores in the true southwest corner of the whole property where those plants are gathered.
Okay. Is that it?
That is it.
Okay, thank you. Back to the board then for questions.
Nope.
So I guess, we had a couple letters. maybe I missed a meeting on this one, but is it really, are we just looking at landscape elements? Because the letters talked a lot about the 100-foot setbacks and so where are we with regards to?
It's not approved, it's not a modification.
Oh, I see.
All the zoning, went to PC, went to the
Got it.
supervisors, all the planning issues have been solved.
Okay,
So all we're allowed to look at is landscape.
okay.
No, I'm asking, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do we have the planner here? Gwen, can you maybe give us some insight into what exactly we should be commenting on and what aspect of this we're reviewing? Or Alex?
Hi, yes. Thank you for your review. Yeah, can you guys hear me okay? This is Gwen. Okay, great. So this project, I want to provide a little bit of context on these, on the buffers that are mentioned in these letters. So the project property abuts Arroyo Paradon, which includes a buffer, and you can see these buffers on the plan, the plans that are before you now, with the purple and the light blue, kind of like neon blue lines.
Yep.
Those are two of the buffers that are set forth in the code. So what I want to make clear is that the buildings, the greenhouses, you can see in kind of white with black outline, were built with permits prior to implementation of the buffers. So they are legal non-conforming. Now, back to your question, the height increase is also something kind of relative to the notes as well from the previous meeting. That would be something within the scope of SBAR's review. So the height increase and the landscaping would be within your purview.
Can I get one more clarification, Gwen? So if the height increase is allowed, are the greenhouses still allowed to be considered legal non-conforming?
So great question. So legal non-conforming, when legal non-conforming structures are modified, they are, our code basically allows them to be modified with a modification, which was processed through planning with the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So when we have a situation like this where a legal non-conforming structure is modified, there can be a modification to the setback / buffer if approved by the decision maker, which in this case it was.
Okay, so if we allow or approve or deny the roof being raised, it doesn't mean that they have to follow that. They've already gotten approval.
Exactly, yes, yes, with the height increase.
Okay, any other questions? All right, public comment. We have one speaker.
We have one online too.
Yeah, and I see Anna also there. So Jill, whenever you're ready, 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jill Stasinos, and I live in Carpinteria near Arroyo Paradon Creek. Arroyo Paradon Creek is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service designated critical habitat for Southern California steelhead trout and tidewater goby. 3508 Via Real Creekside Blooms has 40,400 square feet, almost an acre, of permitted non-conforming structures located within 100 feet of Arroyo Paradon Creek's environmentally sensitive habitat. The California Coastal Act established 100-foot buffers to protect environmentally sensitive habitats like Arroyo Paradon Creek. The argument Creekside Blooms owners make regarding not having to remove these non-conforming structures within the 100-foot environmentally sensitive habitat because they were permitted prior to the California Coastal Act does not make sense when Santa Barbara County residents who wish to do new construction must comply with the current regulations in order to receive their permit. The Toro Canyon Plan and the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay established 100-foot setbacks to protect environmentally sensitive habitats like Arroyo Paradon Creek. Their setback requirements state a legal non-conforming structure shall not be enlarged or expanded. That's a quote. And yet this is exactly what the owners of Creekside Blooms are requesting
when they asked to raise the height of 2 of their permitted non-conforming greenhouses to 22 feet. This increase in height is enlarging and expanding the greenhouses, in my opinion, not for the sole purpose of allowing more air to circulate, but to allow more cannabis plants to be grown vertically and thus to increase their profit. Please do not make building regulation exceptions for creekside blooms that were established to protect the environment. Please protect Arroyo Paradon Creek by voting no to the permitting of a height increase for the 2 non-conforming greenhouses and voting no to allowing setback modifications for the 40,400 square feet of permitted non-conforming structures that remain in Arroyo Paradon Creek's environmentally sensitive habitat. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right. Anna, yes, I see your hand gone up.
All right.
Ready? 2
Okay.
minutes.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I've previously attended and spoke about Creekside's request for an increase in the height of 2 of the greenhouses from 15 feet 1 inch and 17 feet 5 inches to 22 feet. You approved that increase, but I now understand that approving this height increase should be considered new construction, and therefore the current setback rules for creeks should be enforced. This project shares a very long border with Arroyo Paradon Creek and is the longest of the 4 other cannabis projects along this creek. Arroyo Paradon Creek is designated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as a critical habitat. Actually, Caltrans in their most recent brochure has a picture of Caltrans taking the tidewater gobies out of the creek there, protecting them while they're working on the bridge. Until the staff's report to the Board of Supervisors meeting on 5/24/22, there had been no explanation to the public about the permitting of almost an acre of greenhouses, the 40,400 square feet, to remain in the 100-foot esh of Arroyo Paradon Creek established by the Toro Canyon Plan and the Carp Agricultural Overlay. I brought up this huge incursion into the 100-foot esh at the Planning Commission meeting, but was told at the virtual meeting that I was mistaken. After the meeting, I then asked planner Gwen Byler whether I had made a mistake in what I had said at the Planning Commission meeting held virtually. She replied, I wasn't mistaken, but because it had already been permitted prior to the adoption, it would be permitted as having non-conforming status. Creekside is removing 1 whole greenhouse and parts of the 2 remaining greenhouses that are in the 50-foot esh, which were never properly permitted. So if they now have to remove the 40, so now they should have to remove the 40,000 in the 50-foot esh back. They should now have to also remove the greenhouses that will be in the 100-foot esh, especially if they're asking for this height increase. They did receive zoning violations for unpermitted construction in 219. The 2 remaining greenhouses are non-conforming, and non-conforming status does not permit enlarging or expanding in the coastal zone. Raising the roofs is new construction and now makes the whole project subject to the new rules of 100-foot esh buffer and 100-foot top of creek bank setback established in the county's local coastal program and the Carp Ag Overlay Districts. Setbacks protecting creeks, including Arroyo Paradon Creek. Please do not allow the setback modification. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, back then to comments from the board.
You close the public testimony?
I did not, but we will close the public testimony. There's nobody listening and there's nobody in the audience left. Thank you, Mr. Peugeot. Why don't you get started with comments?
But I think the issue of the modification is being settled not by us, it's by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So I should go to our comments. Yeah, I will defer to the landscape architects. And we have 3 of them in this board.
Well, John, did you have anything?
Well, you know, this business of the height limit, and it had been approved before, 3-2 vote, which I voted no on. Yeah. Now has that been voided by this point here that's brought up about the 100-foot setback from the creek?
Gwen,
Yeah.
are we understanding it correctly that we don't have any say in the modification? We still have a say in whether we approve a height change or not?
And then if there is a height change, does that mean it is automatically considered new construction and subject to any
That's what she said, no on
No, on
that.
that one. Okay.
So yeah, so the modification is already approved, so there's no decision to be made on the modification. The development that is located within the setback is now considered conforming because there is the modification. So because it was legal non-conforming, the modification essentially cured that with the change in height. But your board does have purview over changes to the structure from an aesthetic perspective. So in that sense, the height is something within your purview, the height increase.
Why are we even,
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I don't think we are, right?
Sorry, who's that? Jay?
Jimmy, I just wanted to make sure you were reminded not of the procedural items that Gwen mentioned, but there's an intervening property that's quite large that separates this property from Via Real and also Highway 101. And also, so it's set back quite a ways, and there's also quite a bit of landscaping along Via Real and along the Highway 101 median. You cannot see the greenhouses.
Okay.
Is Aaron on the landscape architect?
No.
No. I'm just curious. I'm curious about the condition of where they're proposing the Carolina cherries. Is there really planting space for 48-inch boxes there? Is it these that you're saying?
Yeah, those are the ones.
It looks like it has maybe a 1-foot planting.
Can we zoom in on that? Or do we have anybody from AB here, or is it just Jay? Or is it, who's Whitney? Who are you?
Whitney.
I'm with the applicant team. I'm with the owners. AB is unavailable until 3 o'clock.
Okay.
For Eric from AB.
Can we zoom in on, do you know what the dimension is of that planter where these 48-inch box trees are going? Because it looks very small.
I do not know. Currently there's like a gravel area there, so I think we'd be building the planter to fit those trees.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
It looks like there's not much backup space there either.
I know. It doesn't look like there's room for the trees. I'm just thinking, should it require them if they're not going to, if they have no chance of survival?
Right. Yeah.
To hear you.
I was just,
We were sort of talking amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Sorry.
we're just trying to figure out if those Carolina cherries will actually survive there and whether we should be requiring them if they only have like 1 foot of planting space, which is graphically what's shown.
Well, they're shown like right on a fence. Isn't that a fence?
Oh, is that a fence?
You got a fence on one
Existing.
side of it and a curb on the other.
Oh, yeah.
I see.
I just don't think they're.
Okay, so I guess we're having trouble seeing how this realistically would take place. So, I mean, the 48-inch box called out, but I don't know if that's existing curb or is that existing? It is an existing chain link fence, so obviously that would have to be taken out, and then we need to be reassured that these trees will survive and be able to be planted. And so that the parking will continue to work there. So that's our only concern, I think, at this point.
Well,
Do you have another
yeah, I have to go back to the same thing again. You know, the greenhouses have been approved, but in so doing, is the height limit fixed now? I mean, is that allowed or is that still?
It has been resolved by the planning commission. The planning commission approved the modification, and the project was appealed to the board of supervisors. And the board of supervisors approved it again. So it's not. It seems like it's not in
So
our hands.
it's a done deal. The height.
It's not. Yeah. Am I correct? I mean that.
Yeah,
that
that's
is
what it
a-
sounds like to
yeah.
me. Either way, they don't have to get rid of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Forget that that's the 22 feet is just the top of the apex of part of the greenhouse roof. It goes from 22 to 15 up and down. We story polled this as well for you all before the last hearing.
Okay, so I think that, it seems like, somebody want to make a motion? I think it sounds like preliminary approval, return on consent for final to show how the 48-inch box trees, what's existing, what's proposed, and how, if the parking still works, how do we get this planted?
It sounds realistic and we move the process forward. I guess we need clarification, we need a width.
Yeah, suggest that the landscape architect attend the consent meeting to get final approval to show us how these trees would be maintained to get planted and in the long term.
May I make a point of clarification?
Yes, briefly.
I just was curious. I thought I heard Gwen Baylor say that you do have purview over the height increase to 22 feet.
Gwen, you want to speak to that?
Well, this is Alex. I can let Gwen speak to it. Yes, technically you're here to grant preliminary approval of the project.
Right.
But you've also heard that this project has gone through all the way up to the Board of Supervisors where the issue of height was discussed and approved. So while technically you have purview, I think you've heard and that the Board of Supervisors, which are the ultimate decision makers on the permit, have already signed off on the height issue.
Right. Okay.
So
yeah,
you're in a sort of a difficult spot, I suppose, but that's the nature of our process.
Yeah, okay, that was my understanding as well. So thank you very much. Did we have a motion?
So I can make the motion to approve, to give preliminary approval and to return for final and consent with more information on how the screening material will be planted
And maintained
in the middle of the parking area.
Yeah, and that the parking still works and
Yeah.
Good, so we have a second?
Second.
Okay, John, second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. And
Very much.
the SBAR meeting for the 4th of November. If somebody wants to make a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.